be here.
Yeah.
So I didn't think there was much risk we were going to have.
Still set 7-1. I'd like to call the Reading ARPA Advisory Committee RAC to order this evening. Am I unmuted?
Correct.
And
We're not much.
Jackie, do we have Andrew or Joe on remote?
No.
Okay, so if they arrive late, that's okay. So this evening we have, as per usual, a full agenda. After public comment, we're going to have just some brief clarifications, and I wanted to do it up front to be respectful of our time, from Sharon Angstrom. So these are things that the RAC members will keep in mind later in the evening when we go over some of our draft recommendations. Then we have a couple of hopefully short discussions with votes, because these are on items we've already seen. First, a request from the Trails Committee, and there's an update on why that request is time sensitive, and that we can take a vote on that to recommend that to the Select Board for their meeting next week. We have another vote related to some time sensitivity of town forest tree removal. When they presented to us at our last meeting, they discussed why that might be time sensitive to arrange some things for the winter. Then we have some new requests coming in. We have a presentation and discussion by someone from the Burbank, Joan Fudo, pardon me if I pronounce your name wrong, from the Burbank Y. We have a presentation and discussion from the Food Pantry, a presentation and discussion from the Reading Community Garden, and then we'll close our meeting with, hopefully everyone has their homework. All of the RAC members were going to present draft, these are non-final recommendations. I tried to make sure everybody was aware of the new requests coming in tonight. I'm trying to think of the best way to go over that. I don't think going one at a time is going to be productive with all of our requests. I may just kind of go section by section through the spreadsheet, and we'll all kind of see where our areas of commonality are. And then we will discuss future agenda items, review and approve minutes. So with that being said, do any other boards need to be called to order before I proceed?
We're not actually posted, so I can't.
Okay. So is there any public comment before we start in on any other part of the meeting? And Jackie, there's no public comment on Zoom?
No hands on Zoom.
Okay, so then, well, we can get a little bit ahead of the schedule. Can we please start in? Sharon, are you ready to present some information? So just as an overview for people who haven't gone through the packet, I included a memo in the packet because I was trying to go back to the original ARPA guidelines as I reviewed my requests. And one of the things I came across seemed to clarify something some of us were having questions about in our last meeting, which is how would you allocate premium pay and what is an essential worker? And I included a blurb on that in the memo I sent to RAC members, but maybe Sharon can go over that some more. And I have a question a little unrelated to that, just in terms of something else that come up after you do your presentation. Another question about what's appropriate, but on a different subtopic. Thank you.
I'm going to show you, I'm going to try and share my screen. 1 second. Can you see that?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. So this is the presentation that was given back in March by the state. Let me start this up for you. And I figured this would be a good overview for our discussion this evening. So it starts off by talking about the 4 eligible areas that we can spend our money on. And if you recall, when I presented at Finance Forum, there were 5, but they've kind of put 2 of them together. The public health mitigation and the economic impact response are 1 now. So they have the public sector revenue loss, and then the public health and economic response, premium pay for essential workers, and then the water and sewer for broadband infrastructure. And so as of April 1st, 2022, that's when the final rule was, activated, and there were some changes that took place within that. And this presentation kind of highlights some of the changes. So the very first one that we're all very aware of is that the revenue loss used to be a calculation over several years. They added this standard allowance of $10 million, which of course we used for ourselves, just to be sure that, we're going to use revenue loss and we wouldn't have to do the extensive calculation, even though I had done the calculation, but it might have changed a little bit. So this made it easier for a lot of communities. And then the public health and economic response, it broadened like the definitions of impacted and disproportionately impacted communities, and broadened the eligible uses for those things. And it also clarified that in the public health and economic impact, you could do capital, but it would have to be proportional to the impact. So, an example would be if you were providing relief to a small business and they, had a reduction of $100,000 of revenue. Well, you wouldn't give them $1 million of revenue to replace that. So it has to be kind of proportional to the harm that was caused by the pandemic, and it has to be related. And then the premium pay, they broaden the essential workers and give you a more detailed list of who would be an essential worker. And then for broadband and water and sewer, they expanded water and sewer projects to more than just the ones that we talked about that were part of the revolving fund, but also includes dams and culverts. And then they also broadened some of the eligible projects under broadband investment. We talked about the standard allowance. This is the slide that they talked about it, but we kind of already went into that. It's not a really big need. So for the public health and economic impacts, they organized the public health response into 4 categories: COVID-19 mitigation and containment, medical expenses, behavioral health care, preventing and responding to violence. So those are the categories they were targeting with the final rule. And then under the negative impacts, they based it on the beneficiaries and categorized them that way. So assistance to households, assistance to small business, assistance to nonprofits, aid to travel, tourism, and hospitality, which was a hard hit area for the pandemic, and then other impacted businesses. And then they made the presumption of expands presumption of impacted and disproportionately impacted. So a lot of the interim rule talked about qualified census tracts where if you had a qualified census tract within your community, that would automatically qualify. But that doesn't mean that if you don't have one, that you're not impacted. So this kind of expanded what, the areas where you could actually use stuff with this money. And it didn't have to be within a qualified census tract. And then the determinations, establishing a format for eligibility determinations. So they kind of gave you some guidance in the final rule regarding, identifying, economic impact or harm that was caused and coming up with a response that was proportional to that harm. Now, again, they talked about they clarified that you could use under the public health and economic impacts, you could actually use it for capital expenditures, but it had to be related to COVID and it had to be reasonably proportional. And you would have to provide, if it was over $1 million or $1 million or more, a justification as to why you feel it's necessary and why it's one of the better alternatives to use your funds for. And for premium pay to essential workers are usually people that are critical to the infrastructure. So they tried to give us a bet. I'm going to give you another slide after that gives you a little bit more detail and list kind of some of the positions they're talking about. But one of the key factors that stayed the same with the interim and the final rule is that it had to be in-person work. So you couldn't be working from home. So it was in-person interactions or physically handling of items others had, the others had handled. So when you're talking about sanitation workers, they might be alone working in a building, but they might have been called in because there was exposure in that building and they're sanitizing. So it didn't necessarily mean you had to have in-person contact with people, but handling of things others had handled. So those are the kind of the criteria. They also talk about, and we did speak of this didn't change really from what I presented back at Finance Forum, is that if we give premium pay, the person's pay cannot exceed 150% of what the state's average is for that position. And they cannot be exempt from Fair Labor Standards Act for overtime, which makes me think they have to be, they can't be exempt. They have to be kind of like an hourly employee. But it's funny because what they say down below is that pay can be flexibly awarded up to $13 per hour in installments or lump sums to hourly, part-time, or salaried non-hourly workers. So it's like, I thought that was a little interesting because it seems like you couldn't be exempt from overtime rules. Well, that's what a salary employee is. So their description is kind of a little vague here, but I think that the intent is that you're looking and focusing your money for premium pay on essential workers, and with a primary focus on the lower paid jobs is what they kind of, focused on in the interim rule. But with the final rule, they expanded that list. Now you cannot pay more than $25,000 to any single person. You can pay installments, lump sums. It's all what you decide to do with the money and how you decide to distribute it. So when we're done at the end of this presentation, I'm going to go over a couple other slides I took from the federal website that gives you kind of some detailed list of the kind of positions that they were thinking of. And then for water and sewer, we talked about in the beginning when we had the finance forum, any project for water and sewer that would have fallen under the EPA state revolving funds would have been eligible. And then the final rule, they expanded and allowed for lead remediation, stormwater infrastructure, culverts, residential wells, and certain dam and reservoir rehabs. And then broadband, that didn't really change, but they are allowing under broadband modernization of cybersecurity. So that's another area where they've broadened a little bit. They go into and we spoke of these before, the restricted uses. You can't transfer any of these funds into pension. We can't use it for debt service. We cannot use it to replenish reserves. We can't use it for legal settlements. And then they clarify that you shouldn't be using it to counter any CDC guidance, so if the CDC says something and then what we're putting money towards is counter to what the CDC is recommending, that's a clarification they want to make. They don't want you doing that. And then this is just talking about the reporting. We report every year on April 30th. We are considered a non-entitlement unit, and so we will be reporting once a year. So I'm going to stop sharing this screen and I'm going to show you a couple more slides that will help clarify a little bit the capital expenditure piece, because it gives you, and I don't know if Jackie sent any of this stuff to you, but I can certainly send it just to have as guidance to refer to. But they talked about using it for capital. If you were to use it for a capital and it's over $1 million, we have to provide a justification, but they give you some ideas of the kind of things they're thinking would be presumptions that would be allowable. And then a couple examples of things they wouldn't consider to be allowable, like construction of a new corrections facility because of an increase in crime. So that's one more kind of guidance that I had that I thought was helpful. And then when you go to the premium pay for essential employees, they actually in this one give all the same information, but also list the types of positions that they're thinking of. Staffing at nursing homes, hospitals, and home care settings, public health, safety and emergency response. So that would be your fire, police, anybody that would have been your response team, state and local government workforce, anybody who had to work in person. Workers at food production facilities, grocery stores, restaurants, and food delivery services, janitors and sanitation workers, truck drivers, transit staff, and warehouse workers, public health and safety staff, childcare workers, educators, and school staff. Again, but it has to be work that was done in person, social service and human services staff, and additional sectors designated by the recipient. So the executive officer can actually designate other categories that he sees fit. And if we do go outside their parameters, we can still do that, but we have to justify why we felt like this was a good use of the funding. But I think it's best that we're always trying to keep with the parameters that have been laid out in the final rule. But if we feel justified, or for whatever reason, like for instance, if somebody goes over slightly 150% of the median, we might be able to justify that in a document, so that when I'm reporting it, if they flag them, they understand why we still felt it was necessary to do so. And with that, I think I'm going to stop sharing my screen.
Sharon, can I ask a couple of questions?
Sure.
And I'll open it up to the board. I don't want to take all of your time. One question that I didn't see that much, if RAC money were being given to a nonprofit or a group other than town and schools, who is responsible for overseeing how that money is spent? And if it's spent on the pandemic purposes for which it's given? Is the town responsible?
Technically both. If we were to award money to, like, let's say a not-for-profit, and we agreed to give them X amount of dollars for a specific purpose, that would be laid out in the grant agreement, and then we would know exactly what they intended to use it for. But they also give parameters within the final rule talking about identifying people or organizations that you would be able to give money from ARPA from, and making sure that they don't have any findings, not-for-profit have any findings on federal grants in the past, that they understand the grant parameters. So there's a lot of preliminary work that you can do to make sure that they understand what this grant is to be used for. If we don't know on the onset, we're just going to award a certain amount of money for them to execute certain, priorities that we'd like to have done. But I think the clearer way to do it is to grant money for a specific purpose to a business or to a not-for-profit, and then we would lay that out in the grant agreement. That would be our goal.
Okay, and another question that came up, and this was something I discussed with the vice chair, we can't put money into, certain types of funds, but the money has to be spent by a certain date. So hypothetically, if someone said, I would like to put money in, a kindergarten revolving account or a affordable housing trust fund, that money would still have to be spent by the end dates of the ARPA money. So
yeah,
it can't just...
we'd have to either have an agreement as of December 31st, 2024, that we were going to enter into an agreement with whomever to spend that money, even though it wasn't necessarily spent by December 31st, 2024. So as long as you have a contract in place that talks about us awarding it by that date and agreeing to pay X amount of dollars, we're fine. I don't know if it would be easy to convince anybody that moving it to a revolving fund that you can have a contract with yourself. That's a little bit more confusing. I need more guidance on that. Like, so say we were to say, let's put money into the affordable housing trust, or to put money in the full day kindergarten revolving fund. We can't really have an agreement with ourselves. Those are revolving funds that we have, that we run. So I guess I'd have to get more guidance from the federal government about how that would work if we wanted to do that, and how we would have to set that up.
Okay, that was all I had. Did anyone else on the board have any follow-up questions? It looks like Sean Brandt.
Sharon, I just want to clarify. My understanding is that any given spending of this money, sort of one of the buckets applies. It's revenue loss, it's essential pay, it's whatever. Given that the entirety of our award is under that 10 million, couldn't we spend everything under the revenue loss category, in which case the sort of stricter requirements for some of the other buckets don't apply?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
It gives us much more flexibility. When I did the first report, I reported us under the revenue loss category, and so everything's going to be reported under revenue loss. But it would be less questioned if it's something that is fitting in, fitting into one of those categories. It definitely seems to fit the purpose of the grant. But revenue loss has such flexibility because you're saying pandemic caused us to have less revenues than we would have had otherwise, and so you can use it for any government services that you want. And so it provides much more flexibility. So that's what I elected when I did the first report. was the standard allowance, so we are going to have maximum flexibility of what we use this money for.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Wise, go ahead.
Just building on that to make sure we understand, and Mary Ann's question about not-for-profits and Sean's, not-for-profits aren't government services, so how would we provide money to not-for-profits under the government services election?
So we could still categorize it as part of our budget that we awarded money to, relief efforts for, say, a business or for a not-for-profit related to COVID-related efforts, and that the funding source is still this grant. So we've elected the revenue loss so that they know that we qualify under that category, but we could still use the categories that we are given to spend and still charge it to that grant. And I don't know if I need to change any of the way I reported it. I mean, the first report asked you, are you going to use the standard allowance? You didn't have a choice of, I'm going to do some of it. So that's a clarifying point that I'll definitely want to ask. We can look at it and say any government service that we decide to do where we're looking to aid a business or we're looking to aid a not-for-profit could be part of our budget and something that we would be doing. And then the revenue loss could still be used to help fund it. So I don't think anything really sits outside of the realm of what a local government could be doing with its operating budget, at least what we've been talking about anyway.
Can I follow up quickly on something when you mentioned about in the very beginning about how impact, and this could even be for outside government services, what we give must be proportional to what the group suffered. So if somebody was proposing to do something new that their group never did before, then that would that not satisfy an impact?
So what would you be referring to, like something new?
I guess, say somebody wanted to expand what they're doing. Would they have to show the expanding is mitigating pandemic impacts or something like that?
I mean, somehow related, to the pandemic would be the best way that we would be able to kind of point that funding that direction in terms of, I think one of the things Fidel had mentioned was something that was pitched was money to the food pantry for renovations and for gift cards and things like that. Well, that seems to be an area where it would make sense and you could justify it. You could say, well, the pandemic has caused extreme inflation and there's growing needs in the community for the food pantry, and that support is justified. So I feel like, depending on what it is, we just have to be able to justify how we feel it's necessary.
But then we don't have to, if we would, say it was the food pantry renovation, and we're gonna get to that, so I don't want to get too much into it. Do we have to oversee that renovation as public construction, or no?
No, we would just need to have like a grant award through it's almost like a sub-recipient agreement that we have where it's money being awarded to the town of Reading and we're awarding it to a not-for-profit for a specific purpose.
Okay.
And we feel that the purpose that they've laid out in that agreement falls within the parameters of what we're trying to achieve. We don't have to do anything more. They're as liable as we are for executing this money in the appropriate way.
Okay. And Chris, you had a question?
Thanks, Marian. Sharon, has the town given any money to a not-for-profit in the last 3-5 years?
I can't say that I can think of anything, but we definitely have requests more from our committees to do things like cultural council and stuff like that when we build it into our operating budget to have extra money for the cultural council to use, but not necessarily a not-for-profit I can think of. But this is extraordinary grant. It's kind of a different set of circumstances. Pandemic is not something that happens all the time, and if it sits into any one of those categories, I think that we would be highly justified in doing it.
Thanks.
Okay. Anyone else with this in Mark?
Thanks, Marian. So Sharon, if we go through and the select board makes its allocations, and I'm sure we'll come, close to, somehow, way, shape, or form, will come close to the total that we have. And then we get toward December of 2024, and we find out that not all of the funds are spent. I'm assuming that it's spent or encumbered. I'm assuming that the way that would work at that point is we would kind of do a big, kind of reconnect everything, see where we are exactly, see what funds are left, and then we would be able to allocate up to that max. And I'm sure.
Yeah, I would say that we'd
we
have to be doing that before that December 31st, 2024. So like, we probably want to revisit where we are with the money that's been awarded, and if things have changed with any of those awards where they're not going to use all that funding. We don't want to lose any of this money, obviously. We want to put it to good use. So we would have to revisit all of the awards and where they stand, and if they're encumbered, and if there's some reason why they can't spend at the level that they requested.
Right, so we'll have some coordination throughout the process, but most certainly before the very end, to make sure.
Yeah, like if a project came in, like say we awarded money for something and then some remainder is left, the project is done, they may be overestimated or put contingency into the amount they requested, we could reallocate any funding that we had prior allocated to some specific purpose.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Any questions from the audience while you're here on this? Okay. Thank you so much, Sharon. That was very helpful.
Thanks, Sharon.
Okay. So next on our agenda is, right on time, is an update and a vote and maybe a brief discussion on the time sensitivity of a request for the Trails Committee of $11,610. I don't know if anyone is here from the Trails Committee.
Kathleen Keller.
Cap.
Yes, I'm here.
Hi. So I believe I we received a memo in the packet about not receiving the trail grant. Do you just want to update maybe everyone who's out there watching on TV and in the audience, the reason why this became time sensitive? Otherwise, I can just read from the memo.
Sure, we had applied for a Mass Trails grant last fall, and we were not awarded that. So we had hoped that that may help us to facilitate a project here in town. And without that funding, we are kind of in a time crunch to get that done.
Okay, yes, so what I understand from the memo from Mr. Cherone is that I think this was money we all agreed was worthwhile. We just didn't know at the time we heard about it that it couldn't wait until all of the final allocations in September. And the reason why it was listed as time sensitive, someone correct me if I have it wrong, is that you'll be able to take advantage of building, I don't know how soon you'll get it, maybe after a select board vote, you'll be able to take advantage of August to get some
Absolutely,
building
that would be
done.
terrific. Yep, that would be great, because we want this community to have these bridges or boardwalks built as soon as possible.
And they'll be built so someone can use them in the fall? And
Yes, that's our hope,
okay,
absolutely.
that sounds good to me. Does anyone on the board have a follow-up question? Go ahead, Chris, and then Joe.
Thanks, Marion. Kathleen, so the money that you requested before was for part of what you were trying to do, but how much was the grant that you applied for?
Oh, so much more than this.
Oh.
Yeah.
And you
So
didn't-
this will just provide, part of what we were asking for. So we would appreciate any support that you could offer us. The ask was to improve, I believe, I forgot the amount of linear footage of boardwalk, but also to improve our cabin with storage.
Right, I think it said 60 feet of boardwalk, and then I recall some shelves,
Yes.
some material cabin to store supplies.
200 linear feet of boardwalk.
Yes, thank you. Yeah.
I guess my only thought on that, it makes it seem like you didn't get the money, so you should be asking for more than the 11.6, but you're still only asking for the 11.6.
Well, we wish we could have more. We didn't know that was a possibility. So if we don't get this ARPA money, we'll be only building 50 feet.
Oh, okay.
That's what we have in our budget.
I had it, I read it backwards, and that was what you could build, but you could get to a couple of hundred feet with this.
Absolutely, we love that. To complete the renovations in Pineville, south of the tracks in Reading. We're trying to improve a beautiful area, and we need this money for that.
Okay. Joseph, did you have a question?
Yeah, and Kathy, like timing wise, I'm assuming it's better to do that work like this time of year when it's like hopefully drier than and people can enjoy the trails in the fall too, or rather than
Yes.
be building in
Yeah,
winter.
yeah, thanks, hi Joe. Yes, we'd like to get it done this summer. The hope is for the Trails Committee to have somewhat of an open house in Pineville, because we're finally recognizing this beautiful place, and we'd like to invite the neighbors of Pineville to come in the fall and maybe develop an interest, more of an interest in protecting the area. We've had a lot of graffiti in there, and we recently, today actually, painted the bridge that was covered in graffiti at an unexpected cost. And we really feel that if we improve this area, the neighbors will come back in and utilize this, and maybe some of this unexpected behavior will disappear.
And it's relatively close to Joshua Eaton, right, too, so it's something.
There's 3 access points. There's access points in 3 different streets. So it's south of the train tracks, behind Starbucks, if you think about it, Pineville Street, and Center and Park Street. There are 3 entrances to this beautiful area that goes over Walker's Brook. It's a great place to go, and we just want to improve access and remove kind of the negative stuff that's going in there, the graffiti and the painted bridges.
Okay, any further questions from the board? So, I mean, I dictated a motion, but Sean's always so good at it, does he?
I'm happy to. I move to recommend the allocation of $11,620 in ARPA funds for the Trails Committee.
Friendly amendment, 620 or 610?
So it's 620 in the
It's 620 in the
spreadsheet.
memo and 610 on my,
It's 620 in the spreadsheet and their presentation, so
yeah,
I
it was
stuck
a
with that
typo
one.
in my memo, so I would go with the 620.
620.
It's
I'm sure they
typo
can
in
use the
my-
$10 either way.
2 more gallons of gas if you hire.
I'll give them it. Okay, anyone second? the motion?
Second.
Okay, so I'm just confirming, Andrew's not on the call,
No, he's not.
so we can do this by hand vote. All in favor? Okay, so it's 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you for your support. My understanding is this will go to the select board next Tuesday?
Correct, it's on our agenda, which was published today.
Excellent, super. Thank you all.
Thank you.
So that's
Thank you.
presuming a yes from us.
Thank
Okay.
you.
All right, thank you.
Take care.
Okay. So now we have another vote, and I want to confirm with the town manager that I have the right amount here. My understanding from our last meeting is that Town Forest Tree Removal wanted at least 100,000 out of 200,000 now to fund winter 22-23 tree removal. Can I confirm that we have the right amount there, and if you have any other input?
So the conversation that I had with our Director of Public Works is that the time-sensitive amount was to do the work in FY '23. So the amount is correct.
Okay. And did anyone on the board have any follow-up, Mr.
Yeah,
Wells?
Fidel, why do we need to approve this now as opposed to waiting till the rest of this is done in, say, September, October?
Sure. So it's bidding purposes, right? It would be much more helpful if we can bid this in September, say for instance, because that would allow us to get under contract and complete the work what is most beneficial, which is in January or February, when the ground is frozen.
So just, can I follow up on that? Do we need to have the guarantee of the money before the bidding process starts?
Yes.
Yes? So it couldn't go to town meeting in November if, with the bids in hand, saying this is what it's gonna cost us?
I wouldn't do it that way, right? I mean, so when you bid something out, there's a 60-day window, right, where it's got to be either under contract or it's void, and we cannot go under contract if we don't have the funds allocated.
So in order to bid before, say, middle of September, in order to get it signed by middle of November, you want to bid earlier, basically, is what you're saying. So
That's
you have to have it ready to go for January. I think is what he said the cutting would have to be was January, right?
Correct, 100%.
Okay, Sean, okay.
I would imagine there are also only so many firms that do this, and we might have fewer bids the closer we get to when we want the work done.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Chris.
I think we were going to do it anyway, so now or then, doesn't matter. I think it's just better to get it over with before the price goes up.
And in looking at the presentation, it looks like even with this, they might still ask town meeting for the rest of the money. Would that be a new contract, or would that be covering later time in the year?
So what we've done in the past basically is we bid out for a section of work at a time. So we wouldn't do a multi-year bid. Essentially it's for what we have money for.
Okay, so there wouldn't be a reason for town meeting then to allocate more money in the fall?
That's
Because
correct.
we've already would have allocated, okay, this is all we can do this winter, is what we paid for right now.
That is correct.
Good, Mark?
Okay, just to clarify, there was a broader request, and this is the kind of time-sensitive portion of it. So the broader request does involve potentially going to town meeting, and I don't know if that would be part of the plan or not, but it could be specifically for invasive species. And I'm not sure if we saw the presentation here or the select board or both. I think both, maybe.
Both.
Yeah, there was
So
that
so there
too,
could
not
be
just
other things
trees.
coming to town meeting, but not specific to this, I think, is this called
We
phase
don't-
3, Bill?
Phase
Yeah, we don't have to hire a crane for invasive species or whatever.
I'm hoping they're not that.
Okay.
But
um,
we can-
Go
I
ahead.
mean, just to
Jim.
clarify though, like for the phase 4 and the invasive species, couldn't that still be ARPA money? Like, couldn't we could still decide to allocate money to that if people want to do that, right?
Mhm.
Right, that could be, I haven't seen everybody.
Like, it doesn't have to go to town meeting, right?
True.
So, okay.
Okay, Tom?
So why 100,000, Fidel? It's 150 to 200 in the packet, but if I remember when we worked backwards, it was more like 45 for the tree cutting, and then 20 some odd for invasive species twice, and so 150 was relatively conservative on the number, and now we're asking for half of the high side of that. So why is it 150? And I'm asking this because eventually we're gonna get down to nickels and dimes with everything. Sure. We have other requests coming tonight, so I just want to make sure we're diligent about this decision now. 100,000 is not something you just snap your fingers at and throw it away.
100%. This is the question that I asked our director of Public Works, and she explained that on the first go around, right, when we do, I guess on phase 2, we went out to bid, and the gap between the bids was substantial, right? It was either $40,000 or double the amount, right? So what we're asking for is she explained that we could possibly live with 75, but it's a bit of a gamble with the bids, right? With the pricing that we get from contractors. So we felt more comfortable and requesting $100,000 because it would allow for a little buffer. Say the bids come higher than what we experienced a year ago, right? I mean, and inflation is through the roof. Contractors are busy, right? So we just don't know what the bid prices are going to be. To answer your question.
Okay, Chris?
Thanks, Marion. I guess the follow-up to that is the same thing that happened with the COVID money. So we have money left over from that being spent. Is that coming back to us? I know that it sort of isn't at this time, but the same thing with this. If the bids come back and it's 60 grand, where does the 40 go? They keep it?
I mean, that's up to the board, I guess. We could certainly return it, and we would have those conversations right about we use only so much, and this is available. I would imagine the board would want to put a down payment on phase 4, right? As opposed to handing it back. But absolutely, no, we wouldn't, make up work for this. The bids are what they are.
Well, it sounds like we would know soon enough that if you didn't need all the money and select board is aware of it, they could say, hey, this was something we didn't initially fund in September and we have this bit of money, extra amount that could cover that. So it could come back, it could be phase 4, but we'd know in time to still use it.
100%.
ARPA, okay.
And that's the benefit of giving the money now, as opposed to, say, in November or October.
Okay, any more questions here? So we were asked to take a vote, and I can just say, move to recommend to the select board to allocate $100,000 of ARPA money to, I guess it would be the DPW?
Correct. Yep.
To the DPW for tree cutting in fiscal year '23.
Second.
Can I make a friendly amendment to
What's
that?
that?
For phase 3 tree cutting?
For phase, I was gonna say that. Okay, so I accept the friendly amendment. So move to recommend to the select board $100,000 to the DPW, to allocate $100,000 of ARPA money for phase 3 tree cutting.
I think there's a question there. You might want to clarify
Okay.
invasive species as well, or part of it, or something like that.
Okay,
right?
yeah, please, we haven't voted, go ahead. Sure.
Yes, please.
So, Bill.
Please come to the,
Right,
come to the mic,
Sullivan.
Bill.
Just so they can hear you on RCTV.
Sorry, I just wanted to make sure that what the point was just raised, that invasive control is a very big part of the problem of the town forest. And so we just did a kind of a small area that was $10,000. So, the way we're looking at it is this next phase for phase 3, if it's, 50 or 75,000, whatever is left, we would then try to apply to invasive plant control.
In this fiscal year, though?
Correct.
Okay. So I should amend the motion then.
To add it, and invasive species. Tree cutting and invasive
Okay, we'll
species.
start over. Move to recommend to the select board $100,000 for phase 3 tree removal and invasive species removal during fiscal year '23.
Second.
And take a vote, all in favor? Looks like 7-0. Okay, get cutting.
Don't
Not
get
yet.
cotton.
Select board hasn't approved yet.
I know. Okay.
It's on the agenda for, at the next select board meeting, that one as well.
Okay, so you're a little ahead of schedule. Is the presentation and discussion of the Burbank Y ready to go?
Sure.
Okay,
Thank you. I'll ask my constituents to come along with me
okay.
for the ride.
And is someone going to put your slides up?
I had given them to Jackie
I think Jackie
prior
probably
to the
has
meeting,
them.
so I'm not sure if Jackie has the ability to do that.
Are they the same as what's in the packet? too?
Yes,
So Jackie, if you just scroll to.
if they made the I'm not sure our slides made the packet.
Oh, yeah, no, the packet had the, no, yep, no, we have.
We have the memo, but not
Memo,
slides.
but not the slides.
I do have a flash drive if it's as easy as plugging in.
I think it might be easier for Jackie.
Jackie, do you have the slides?
I do, just one second.
Yeah, I can see it's
Thank you,
loading.
Jackie. Well, she's pulling that up, so that way we can kind of keep things moving along. For those of you that don't know me, I'm John Feudal. I'm the executive director for the Burbank Y. I'm here flanked with some very, very good friends and teammates here to make a pretty important presentation. I wanted to just say thank you. Sitting there listening to all that you have to consider as you're going through this process is amazing, so thanks for the consideration that you're making towards all these very difficult decisions. I'm sure it's not easy, but what a blessing to get all of this money from the ARPA fund. So I just want to start off by saying that. I want to introduce the people here along with me today. First, I'd like to introduce Allison Lennon. Allison's on the Burbank YMCA Board of Advisors. Michelle Sanfie, who is a parent in town, also a member of the Burbank Y. And Melissa Pucci, who is part of the reason we're here tonight. And I'll give a little color to that. So the Burbank YMCA presently sits at about 65% of our membership, where we were prior to the pandemic back in 2019. The pandemic had a profound effect on how we did our business, how we operate. And today we're still not back to full capacity with all of our programs. One of the things that has not been able to be brought back due to a number of reasons is some of our special education, special needs programs, including our Adaptive Swim program, amongst other programs. So back in January, the Board of Advisors for Burbank got together and said, we need to make a move on this. We put together an ad hoc committee in which Allison and several of my other board members served on. We've been working for about 6 months on this project, and the stumbling block kept on being funding. We have all these really good ideas, but how do we fund it with no backing? And we could always charge the user, but that becomes a little bit sticky, so we were just trying to find a way to get it back up and running. So I got a curious email about a month ago from a Reading parent of a child with special needs and said, hey, could I just give you a call tomorrow and talk? I said, of course. So I called her the next day, and she said, I went to the ARPA meeting last evening, and I heard some really great presentations. There was nothing in there for bringing back special needs programming to Reading. Would you champion with the Y swim lessons? She was asking for something really, really finite. And I said, well, as luck would have it, we've been talking about this and we've been looking for funding, so yes. So we pivoted all the work of the ad hoc committee and created this group. We have an 8-person group that we're prepared to make a presentation tonight. And just tell you a little bit more where we are. We're going to give some accounts. We'll keep it fairly brief, but we did want to share some information with you. So without further ado, I'd like to turn it to the person that emailed me and who was here, my friend Melissa Pucci. So thank you, Melissa.
Thanks, John. I'm back. Hi, everyone. As John said, my name's Melissa Pucci, and I'm a Reading resident, and I've been a Reading resident for over 25 years. My husband and I chose Reading as our home to raise our 3 sons. Thank you for your time tonight, and thank you for allowing me to come back and talk to you about this and for giving us your time. And what I wanted to tell you is, communities are made up of all kinds of people, including people with disabilities. Everyone contributes to a community's strength, and a healthy community values the inclusion of all of its members. Individuals should be able to participate fully in their communities, and to have an inclusive community will require that we develop and implement ways to include individuals with disabilities in programs and activities. Personally speaking, I can tell you that I've had to travel outside of Reading to places like Canton, Peabody, Boston, to access appropriate social and recreational opportunities for my disabled son. Our hope tonight is to help you understand how COVID has impacted the loss of social and recreational opportunities for individuals with disabilities. We hope to demonstrate how what we are proposing tonight aligns with the ARPA guidelines. Thank you. I'm going to turn it over to Allison.
Thank you. And Jackie, if you wouldn't mind advancing the slides 2 slides forward, that would be great. Just one more. Perfect. Thank you.
Right. Hi, everyone. As John mentioned, I'm Allison Lennon. I'm on the Board of Advisors for the Burbank Ymca. And what we sort of want to do for you now is help you think about how what we're asking for fits into this ARPA framework. And as we heard earlier, one of the 4 categories, which sounds like it used to be 5, one of the 4 categories is to respond to the public health impacts that COVID has created. And that's exactly what we're looking to do with this funding. We want to use this funding to alleviate sort of 2 aspects of public health in this community, 1 being special needs and 2 being mental health. So to talk a little bit about how those particular pieces of the public health have been impacted by COVID, I want to just sort of hit you with some statistics and some background information. As a general matter, and you may have experienced this yourselves, the pandemic caused a lot of programs and other sort of activities to close. They've not all reopened. In fact, Communitas, which I actually think we have a representative from on the line tonight, is a pretty big special needs provider in the area. Prior to COVID, they had programs serving 186 individuals. So these were social programs. They had swim programs servicing 82 individuals. Neither of those programs have reopened. Likewise, Communitas used to run summer camps and Special Olympics. Again, neither of these programs have reopened. And they also used to run a day program that used to serve 115 individuals. That day program is only back at 51% capacity. So clearly COVID has caused and continues to cause a significant impact on these types of programs available to individuals with special needs. Without these programs, these programs serve so many purposes. They help this community, this population, develop life skills like swimming, like socialization, problem solving, things like that. So without these programs, these individuals' ability to learn and maintain these life skills is severely impacted. So with this ARPA funding, we're thinking that the Y, we can engage with community partners and we can provide space, staffing, and financial support to get these and other programs up and running again. We're also asking to use some funding to implement some mental health programs. And you might have seen sort of throughout the pandemic how this sort of isolation caused by COVID has caused increased anxiety and depression. And actually, I'll ask Jackie if she could advance the slide once more. Thank you. And I don't know if you saw recently, the New York Times actually reported on a pretty large scientific study. There were 154,000 participants, I believe, that specifically tied COVID diagnoses to an uptick in mental health diagnoses. In particular, it found that people who have been diagnosed with COVID are 39% more likely to be diagnosed with depression and 25% more likely to be diagnosed with anxiety in the months that followed their COVID diagnosis than those who were unaffected by COVID. Similarly, it found that COVID patients were 38% more likely to be diagnosed with stress and adjustment disorders and 41% more likely to be diagnosed with sleep disorders than unaffected people. To bring it a little bit closer to home, there are some statistics up there on the screen for you. And I don't want to read through them all, but I do want to sort of go through some highlights. In 2019 and 2022, Melrose Wakefield Hospital conducted a community health needs assessment that found that in 2022, 68% of community survey respondents identified mental health as one of their top 3 concerns. That was only 62% 3 years ago. A 6% jump in a 3-year period is pretty significant. And getting even more granular to Reading, if you look at the last 2 lines on that slide, back in 2019, there were only 117 mental disorder-related hospitalizations in Reading. By 2022, that number has soared all the way to 570. That's more than 4 times in just 3 years. And likewise, in 2019, there were only 275 emergency room visits related to mental health disorders in Reading. 2022, that number is 1,207. Again, over quadruple, more than quadruple. So clearly COVID has caused a significant impact on both special needs programming and mental health concerns. So it's clear to us that these are 2 areas that need some help in this community, and we're here to help and we want to help. There is a need, we have the drive, we have the relationship, and we have many resources that we can put in to help. We just need funding. And we think that ARPA funding is perfectly suited to fit this need. And with that, I will turn it over to, I think,
Michelle and I, yes.
John.
And Jackie, if you wouldn't mind advancing the next slide for us, that would be good. Thank you. No, I'm happy to go. So what we're asking for, in essence, is for us to be stewards of the funds and to allow us to, as the YMCA, to create community connections, use our constituents around the community. And so we're proposing 4 sort of buckets of programs that we'd like to offer for the next 3 years. And that would be to provide, at no cost, adaptive swim lessons for children and young adults with disabilities. And that would be annually for the next 3 years. The other piece would be an adaptive water exercise program to combat social isolation and allow our adults and young adults with disabilities to have a place to go weekly. We'd be talking about 2 programs per week where they'd come to the Y, get in our therapeutic pool, socialize, and actually get some exercise as well. Thirdly, you may have seen Communitas was on the screen. We've engaged them to help us. Obviously, we can't do it all, and we're not here to try to solve all of this issue by ourselves. We need partners, and we've selected Communitas as the leaders in this region to help us. And it actually says weekly or bi-weekly, but we're looking at monthly social group activities for children, young adults, and in teens and tweens with disabilities that would come out and participate, and that would be 2 different groups, a young group and an older group, on a monthly basis. Again, giving them an outlet so they can feel like everybody else and have an opportunity to go do things that everyone else does and separates them from that isolation. The 4th bucket that I'd like to just quickly talk about is providing subsidized mental health services. We're seeing this, as Allison so eloquently mentioned, the increase is stark. There's probably not one person in the room that doesn't know someone that's going through it or has gone through it. I recently had a friend that went through it with her 13-year-old daughter that was on the verge of suicide. It's something that we hold very near and dear to our heart. We feel like we owe it to our community and owe it to at least our young people, to put our best foot forward. So as the Y, we would love to put forth a program for art therapy, music therapy, peer-based advising programs. We don't have this completely flushed out as we're working with the Speed of Light to try to get our presentation in. But what we feel is if nothing's done, we will make no progress. It's sort of like planting a tree. If we plant a tree tomorrow, it's better than not planting it, 3 years ago. So we've got to start somewhere. And we would like, as the YMCA, to be the leaders of the community. In total, we feel like we can impact up to 3,800 people over the next 3 years. And at what we're asking for at the $96,100, it would be about $25 per participant. And that's not to say that it wouldn't be the same participants, but we hope that we can engage a hell of a lot of people to come back into the Y and into our programs and really, as we've said from the outset, have an impact. So I thank you for your time. I'm going to turn it to my friend Michelle Sanford next.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you so much for having us tonight. My name's Michelle Sanford, and I'm a Reading resident. I also have 3 children. So just to kind of recap, we all know that pre-COVID, the recreational and social opportunities for individuals with disabilities all across the lifespan needed growth. COVID shut down everything that existed, and it has disproportionately harmed and negatively impacted this very precious and very worthy population in our community. Fast forward 2+ years, and sadly the reality today is many individuals with disabilities in Reading remain isolated and rather disconnected from the Reading community. There are many, many passionate residents who desire the restoration of recreational, social, and mental health gateways. They, meaning people with disabilities, they have the same need that we all have, and that is they have the need to feel like they belong. I invite you tonight to view this proposal through the lens of a growth mindset. There always will be room for continuous improvement. However, we need your help to start addressing the needs in the lives of individuals with disabilities that COVID both magnified and intensified. I think we all have our personal stories and experiences of how COVID impacted our loved ones. As a parent of a teenager with complex disabilities, a friend and acquaintance of other parents and guardians of individuals with disabilities, I strongly believe that the ARPA funding would address the decline in self-esteem, mental and physical health that the isolation nurtured and continues to nurture. Let's reopen the doors for people with disabilities to be seen as capable, talented, active, and visible members in our community. The programming presented this evening would be the very much needed bridge while community partnerships are forged and solidified, and fundraising, private donations, and grants are diligently pursued to ensure sustainability. The Reading Public Schools are part of this community issue by making sure that all students have access to sports and extracurricular activities that are connected to the schools. And I know that, we have 2 school committee members in the room. The schools are working diligently on this. However, life extends far beyond the sports and extracurricular activity offerings of the schools and age 22. All members of our community need access restored to community services, resources, and activities to live a meaningful life and contribute to the health and the diversity of Reading. So I'd like to thank the representatives that are here in person and via Zoom or whatever platform you're using. From the Reading Public Library, the Board of Directors of the Burbank Ymca, our Burbank Ymca Executive Director, John Feudo, Reading residents and parents, and especially all the members of the RAC Committee for your time this evening. And in closing, we are respectfully asking for your thoughtful consideration of this proposal, and we're happy to answer any questions that you have.
Okay, thank you. So, I'll open it up to the board. Okay, we'll start from this end. Sean?
So just a comment, this is an easy one, I think, for me. And Michelle, you hit on an important point there, which was the sustainability piece, right? And I think we had the same discussion when we talked about the funding for the senior center, that, this is a bridge to sort of reinvigorate the programming and get those folks out of isolation. So that resonates with me. Just one point of clarification, it doesn't sort of influence how I think about this necessarily, but the mental health services piece, is that intended or focused on individuals with disabilities, or is that intended to be more sort of broadly available to all members of the community?
Yeah, thank you. That's a really great question. Thanks for asking for the clarification. It's for both, so it could be anyone, but we're really looking for anyone in the community that needs to pick up the phone. We're finding that wait lists are long for doctor's appointments. In fact, they can't get kids in fast enough at this point, and there are opportunities for us to bridge that gap. And if we can do that, we'd love to do that for anybody.
Great, thank you.
Christine, are you here?
Yep, thanks, Marianne. I'll be honest, when I saw it on the agenda and saw the money ask and whatnot, I came back to, if it doesn't have to do with Reading itself, like town-owned or anything like that, I don't know why we would be funding anybody else's kind of projects per se. But hearing you speak about what it's going to be used for, and knowing that, at least from our portion, from ARPA and whatnot, that no money really has been given specifically for anybody disabled or mental health kind of issues per se, it just seems as if that makes it like a no-brainer in that kind of aspect. I guess my only hang-up is the figure that you have with 25 per participant. Is that only Reading children that are going to be taking that benefit, or is it like Tewksbury all of a sudden gets part of it?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So with the Y, we're open to all, and all the programs we offer are to all, as well as any of our partners. We would hope that they would not use geography as a reason for locking, especially a child out. We did consider that question, actually, while we were talking about this, whether we should just limit it to Reading residents only. The issue with this population of, especially the children with special needs, is we may not have 4 kids every session at the age of 5 that can participate in a class. So you actually may need other kids from the community that have similar disabilities, at a similar point in their skill level, to participate together. So we may not have a bucket of 5 kids or 7 kids or 6 kids, or however that grouping may happen. So in this particular grouping, this isn't a youth baseball team where there's a million 12-year-olds in town that want to play baseball. This is a very, very small, finite group of folks that we need to look outside the confines of Reading to make that work. So yes, we could close that gap, but we think it's more effective if it's open to all.
And how much would be the cost to say anybody that wants to do it? Is it $25 for whoever? Is that the figure you came up with?
That $25 is based on the number of participants broken out by the total ask. For any participant to participate in say an adaptive swim lesson would be about $200
Per lesson? Is that
per session, per an 8-week session.
Oh, so for 8
Yes.
weeks.
Yes, for 8 weeks.
So is this subsidy lowering the cost to 25? Is that what you're saying?
This subsidy's lowering the cost to 0. It's
Oh, 0.
completely covering the cost for the next 3 years.
For all kids that end up wanting to do it?
12 spots per session that we run. That's 3 instructors, and yeah, we hope to fill every seat.
I guess it's hard for me to equate that I would, give preference to Reading kids, et cetera. I just wonder if there's something you can do where it would be definitive that anybody in Reading wouldn't incur any cost. It seems like you're already doing that in this model, It's Yeah, I understand it's difficult to be like, well, you can have the one kid and now like 6 others don't want to do it because they have to pay. I understand that, and it ends up ruining it for the one. So I guess the mental health aspect and all that for me, like I said, coming into it's completely different for me now, so.
Can I build on what Chris asked, though? So this is going to be for multiple communities. Are you going to any other communities and asking for any ARPA money from them, or just Reading?
We have just started here with Reading, and we started here because we knew our time was somewhat finite with decisions being made. We could go back out. I believe if we satisfy this, we're Reading based, and 70% of our members are Reading residents. So there's, a fairly large contingency of people already from town.
That's what I guess I wanted to, you're open to everyone, but 70% of the people
Yes.
who attend these are likely to be Reading residents.
Are likely to be
You'd start
Reading
saying, oh, well,
residents.
you could ask Wilmington for a little, and North Reading for a
Yeah.
little, like, I don't know.
Yeah, we don't plan to ask, this would cover that need, and if we had another opportunity to find a different avenue, we just felt like this was the opportunity for us to find the funding to back some of the programs and to regenerate these programs back into our system and inject some life, quite honestly, back into the special needs population and programming.
I guess I would only say to that I still think that you should look to, if you have a database where it shows 25% of everyone else is Tewksbury, I would still go there to ask, because you can extend the 3 years. You can make it 3.5. It's better than 3.
Not with ARPA money, though.
Well, correct. He could still get.
Depends on who else, where they are in the
Yeah.
ARPA cycle,
Yeah.
but
Okay, so then.
Mark had his hand up
Mark
first.
and Tom, yeah.
Thanks. So thanks, folks, for the presentation. I want to kind of add to Chris's point, too. I think it would make a lot of sense to give preference to Reading residents first. I know if 70% of your membership in total is Reading, I get it. I'm not sure that would be the demand for the service. But see what it is, and to see if it's ARPA funds, or if the cost otherwise is $200 per lesson, there might be an opportunity for a much lower cost that we could offer, and again, make this last longer. Which really gets to my main point, which is sustainability and thinking about it. It sounds like a great opportunity to create things that haven't existed, or to re-establish things that sort of have. But it also feels like whatever amount we give is the life that it has. And that's concerning. And I'm wondering a few things. One, is there training that's going to take place so we're not fully reliant on this third party or any third party, so that there's some value that we can build in that we maintain? And to me, that might be a really good use of funds to make sure that we're doing that. And I just would hope you'd think a lot more about that whole sustainability thing. So, the need, I think, is very well established, and you've done a very nice job explaining that as well. I think we're hoping to find opportunities that will kind of, it adds life and gets them going, and not something that's going to just terminate. So to the extent we can think more about that, I think that's really hopeful.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. That's a great comment.
Tom, before I go to you, Sharon, did you have I saw a comment flash on the Zoom. Did you have,
Yes.
you had a comment you wanted to interject on this?
So when it comes to your ARPA funding, the specific grant, the grant has to be coming for a business like this from the community where they're located. And so Reading would be the only community that could use their ARPA funds to help the Y, because they're located in Reading. So I don't think that they could go to another community, even though they service other communities, because they're not located within their community. Each community is looking to help the businesses and not-for-profits and the people that live in their community. And so a business that would sit outside of Reading, we wouldn't really be looking at. And so I think the same would be true for, Tewksbury or wherever the other 25% of their participants come from. I don't know that that would be something that they could do, because you're not located in their community.
Okay, that's helpful to clarify. I think that answers my question.
Marianne, can I say one more thing?
Yeah?
I just want to mention, as I had said earlier, I many times brought my son outside of Reading. And I'm not the only person in Reading who has done that. Many parents in Reading, and a few of them here nodding their heads, have traveled outside of Reading and benefited from other communities servicing our children. So I just want to bring that up, that, it does go beyond the boundaries of Reading.
Okay. Go ahead, Todd.
So I have, Michelle?
All right, I just kind of wanted to dovetail on what Melissa said, because to speak to your comment, Mark, about sustainability, I think that what we'll see is that families that have historically needed to go out of Reading will be coming to the Y for the kinds of programming that they've needed to go to other communities. Now, I certainly don't have data, but I do think that that will be part of the sustainability. So I just wanted to make that comment.
Go ahead, Tom.
I have 3 or 4 points, I think, or questions as I go through this. First of all, somewhat similar to Sean, I had a conversation with a member of the team up there before this, and I appreciate the way in which you were able to very clearly outline the impact to this particular community, right? We read through the ARPA guidelines, it very specifically refers to low income, but then it gives us a carve-out that says, unless you can justify another community as being impacted. And your documentation is what we'll need to put as part of that documentation of justification. We are doing it as government service, so technically we don't have to, but if we wanted to do it via that impact, that economic impact side or the health impact side, we'd have to justify that as another impacted community, and you just gave us all that evidence. So thank you for doing that due diligence and pulling that together. John, this is a question for you. It's a bit pointed.
Sure.
This has been an issue for the Y well before COVID, mostly from a staffing perspective is my understanding. How are you going to manage the staffing to use this 96,000 and to Mark's point, continue it going forward so it's not just these 3 years?
Yeah,
that's my big concern here. We're going to give you 96,000 and you're not going to be able to hire anybody to spend this 96,000.
Yeah, hiring is definitely, it's industry-wide, it's everywhere. I believe that these adaptive swim lessons, they can be taught by any of our staff, as long as our staff is trained, to Mark's point. We're working with a company called Swim Angelfish. They're an adaptive swim outfit.
Angelfish is well known,
Yep, we just signed a partnership with them.
Awesome.
They're gonna be providing 2 in-services and 2 swim whisper programs to us per year with a partnership we just signed with them. So that's built into what we're already doing. So we're hoping that 18-year-old college kid can now teach adaptive. What I've learned about adaptive is it doesn't take a special skill, it just takes a special heart. And if you can teach them how to deal with some of the maybe behavioral or psychological parts about getting into the pool, the rest of it is we're just getting these kids in and we're teaching them swim and stroke, but it's so much more than that when they get in the pool. It's building confidence and it's building the ideals that they can do anything. And most of all, it's putting them safe to water. So staffing will always be a challenge for us going forward. I shouldn't say always, hopefully not always, but it's appearing to be a challenge to us. But we feel like we're ready to take that on. And that's why we engage Communitas, because we definitely can't do it all by ourselves. We're going to need partners, whether it's the Reading Public Library, the Reading Public Schools, the Triumph Center in Reading. There's so many different partners, and we have so many opportunities to reach the dollars sort of make things easier, because that's the hardest question sometimes.
So I'm ecstatic to hear the Angelfish partnership. That's been out there for a long time as a need, and I'm glad to hear you've already moved down that path.
And it's thrilled to be in Reading too.
Even before this, I can think back years to Facebook questions about where am I going to get my adaptive swim question, and everybody's like Angelfish, and you have to go to Stoneham or somewhere else.
Yep.
And now that we have that, that's amazing. So to be able to do that is great. The other question I was going to have was along the lines of the other partnerships and staffing in the mental health space, and you mentioned Triumph. Have you already reached out to the town and our new mental health, coordinator and director as well as part of this process, and will they be involved or integrated into your plan here?
You're referring to Seduna?
Sedeshna, no,
Sedeshna.
but
Sorry,
although I know that she's been involved as well, because this whole inclusivity side has been huge from a CPAC perspective. She's been involved in and whatnot too in the Reading Public Schools. But I'm referring to, and Mark help me here, the coalition has hired a mental health expert as well.
We have not. That's a great engagement point for us. We have been working with Dr. Stice. Several of us are sitting on the special needs coalition that she's put together, including 2 of my staff members. So we haven't made that connection though, and we will. For sure.
That was more for the mental health side of it than the special education side of it.
That's great to know
that
there's some dollars behind it.
So that was that, and then the fourth was before Melissa came up and before Michelle came in, I was gonna say exactly the same thing. our families have been going to outside parties for a long, 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 long time. Whether that's Communitas, which is now in Wakefield, not in Reading, used to be in Reading, or somewhere in, Burlington or Canton, as Melissa said earlier. Our families have had to take advantage of other communities providing this stuff, so our ability to provide this with this relatively modest request, which is less than we just gave the town forest, seems like a no-brainer to me, and I thank you for, as a group, for putting together the justification in such a way that makes it such a no-brainer. So I just want to thank you for that.
Mr.
I wanted to ask the same question Tom did about contacting the town mental health worker that's part of the coalition, because, how would that work? So it looks like you've got that.
Yeah, we would love to do that. That is great.
Start with
I'm
Erica.
struggling to understand. I see the 25 as the 96,000 divided by 38, so 25 per participant. I don't understand then how, if the swim lessons are $200 per session, are some of these things free?
Everything is free. So we're talking everything is free. So we're.
But I mean, so it's a $200 cost for somebody to swim. So that's what's, the 96,000 is going to pay $200 for that one participant. So there's got to be a bunch of other things that are free.
Yes.
That somehow.
Yep.
They get a benefit out of for paying no dollars.
Yes, everything, just to be clear, everything that we're proposing will be at no cost to the user. Swim lessons, we will offer 144 swim lessons over 3 years to as many kids that we can get into those swim lessons. Those are 8-week swim lessons. They're not one day, they're 8 weeks.
Yeah.
Those are the ones that cost $200 typically to a user that would be typically buying. We're asking to have that subsidized fully for them to come back and participate. The water exercise program is a free program that anyone could walk into the Y with a special needs or disability and take that class twice a week. And we'll pay for the instructor and lifeguard to be on deck and on the pool deck to teach that class. The social outing would also cover costs for the social outings and the staffing that Communitas and others would provide for us. And then the mental health subsidization, it's sort of a round guess at this point. We just allocated 20,000 in hoping that we can check some of those boxes and bring some of those programs that we're proposing to life.
Sean?
Just a couple of observations, just to maybe put this ask in context with respect to some of the other things that we've seen. We readily approved the ask for the senior programming, which had an outlook of about 18 months, and this is double that. And I think it's the same sort of leap of faith that you'll find the sustainability by re-engaging the community and other organizations and that sort of thing. So I'm comfortable there. And then as far as the sort of Reading specific impact, the funding that we approved last meeting or the meeting before for the Mallet Psalms Conservation Area, that has stormwater impacts on a regional level as well, and we're footing the bill for that. So I think we've already sort of gone down this path where there are things that we see a clear Reading benefit, but also benefit other communities, and I don't see that as a blocker for us approving something that's worthy.
Okay, Kristen.
Thanks, Marion. To Sean's point, the stormwater thing does, we might be able to get the grant and stuff from the state and whatnot to get some of that money back, which kind of will hopefully offset it. It doesn't change the outcome that we ended up voting on. But when you mention the outside provider, like if people went to Canton or wherever, are you being charged when you go there, or is it free? So you are charged? Oh.
So just to be clear, like other programs outside weren't necessarily through the Y, they were private programs. So yes, we paid fees for that.
I guess my only other thing would end up being if you do end up coming up with a fee structure, I would just like it to be heavily incentivized that Reading would always be getting preference and reduced rates over anybody else if you were to invoke some kind of fee structure, et cetera, in the future.
Sure.
So.
Yeah, so, to comments before about, how we just gave a lot more to the town, a little bit more to the town forest, or that, where we have gone down the road, avenue of things that benefit outside of Reading. I'm okay with those aspects. I guess what I'm struggling with really is that when we built our survey, we didn't include this as something, and maybe you can help me see, you know, we asked the town residents, where should we spend our money? And I want to find a way to explain to the residents, you know, that answer the survey, this is where this fits in, so.
Well, I'd call it, one of our top responses was recreation. This is recreation, it's just for recreation for a group that's been overlooked from recreation.
100% agree with that.
Yeah, I think,
that kind of speaks to that, you know, unfortunately, when we think of recreation in Reading, we're kind of, there's the absence of people with disabilities. And that's not a criticism, I just think that that's kind of the umbrella that we've been living under, so.
Mark?
Just to kind of think about this also, we had talked early on about the role of the survey. Not as it kind of being the be-all and end-all defining, you know, everything that's going to happen, but a way to solicit input with a narrow number of questions and a narrow number of fields. So I think hopefully, you know, we're getting some guidance from that in terms of some general categories. But what I've learned through this process is that we're learning about a lot of needs that the community has that we didn't completely know about, frankly, whether it's the detail of a lot of the green activities that are going on, or different communities that are approaching us with needs. This process has brought all that stuff up to the surface and given us a chance to take a look at it. And as I wear multiple different hats, but as I wear my hat here, it helps me. But certainly, as I think about my select board hat also, this is what I think we're hoping that this committee could help to kind of bring in a bunch of folks, talk to us, share what they're seeing, share their concerns. And then there are 7 of us here who have a chance to kind of debate some of the things, look at where things fit, and then bring that back to the select board. So I think this is great in terms of kind of how we're doing it, what we're hearing about. And at the end of the day, we also know that we have requests for at least 3x what we have for money. So we're not going to be able to fund everything, and we may not be able to fund everything completely. But I'm hoping that this process gives us the ability to kind of, you know, figure out where things seem to fit, what makes sense. You know, some things I think we can do completely as we have, others it's going to be pieces. But the chance to kind of work through that, I think, is good and helpful, and it's great that you folks have come forward and kind of shared some of these needs and ideas with us. I would encourage you, I know you put this together in an amazingly short period of time, I know, because I've received some phone calls about it also, and that's fantastic. Clearly, it needs to go further and thinking more about it. And you obviously don't have answers to all the details, but you've got ideas and you know what the goals are and trying to figure it out. So, you know, if we're able to fund some or all of it, I would hope that you take the input you're hearing tonight and think about, oh, okay, it'd be great to figure out how to not let this stop in 3 years or 3.5 years or 18 months or whatever it is. It's a big ongoing community need. It needs to be thought through. If there are private sources, if there are smaller fees, if there are grants, if there are whatever. I know you guys will work on all that, so thank you.
And just building on what Mark said, in terms of, you know, having this go beyond the end of the program, this presentation was very helpful in seeing the need. I mean, I kind of was aware of it going in and thought about some of it in my, you know, draft allocations, but I wasn't aware about the scope of the components. Would you ever partner with Reading Rec? Because I see
100%.
that, like, Woburn Recreation has some adaptive programs. I'm on their email list, and I saw some similar programs and that they're running, because that may be a way that they could subcontract to you or something, but now we're getting back into a town department moving forward that could keep things going, and then it becomes,
Yeah, we would love that.
you know, a budget item or something.
I have another idea.
What's that?
Just in terms of the sustainability, I think that Dr. Stice has run several meetings, and I think that some of the trainings that go on in the school system could be, you know, relevant to people who are working, you know, in some of these programs. I mean, certainly that would be something that would have to be hashed out between Dr. Milachewski and John, but that's another avenue for sustainability.
Marianne, you have 2 hands up on the thing. You've got Karen and you've got Sharon.
Okay, Jackie, could you let people in, I guess, you could pick one than the other on the Zoom?
We just lost Sharon.
Okay.
Sharon Engstrom.
Sharon Engstrom maybe first, and then I
I
can
did.
just say
Karen's there, but we just lost Sharon. Sharon.
Select board's not posted. Karen
Yeah.
should not chime in.
I lowered my hand because it was from before.
Okay, well, you guys can just need to get called to order. Oh, you know.
Yeah, so that's not gonna be able to happen.
All right, so just, I'm hearing some scuttlebutt. Ms. Herrick, I think you're not supposed to chime in because the select board is not called to order.
We're not posted and therefore can't have a statement. I'm sorry, but sorry that we didn't get posted.
So the statement of fact, not opinion.
Okay, so, and Sharon, you had
As a
something
resident.
to add?
Fair enough.
Sharon Engstrom?
No, I didn't. I actually
Oh,
had my hand raised from the last comment about the Y being in Reading and that they could only really get
Oh,
ARPA funding
okay.
from Reading. Yeah, sorry about that.
Go ahead, just a quick
Yeah,
comment. So, Tom, correct me a little bit. So, as a member of the board, other members cannot speak. As residents only, not wearing other hats, they can.
So what hat, does Ms. Herrick want to speak as a resident?
If there's any chance of it being kind of confusing, then the answer should just be no.
No, thank you. I assumed we were posted, so no, I will hold off my comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So we're a little bit over time, but
Mary, just one-
so go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, so
I'm
just
sorry.
a general question.
Moving
So
forward.
two observations, like fully support this, right? Like you had me like at, the first 5 minutes, right? But main questions are on the sustainability, which I feel more comfortable with. And then number two is just on the mental health. Like to me, like 20K out of 7.6 million, like, I just worry that, we're not spending enough on that, right? So the more you can articulate, like with that 20K, message that to the community.
Yeah, we're really hoping that's a
collaborate,
jumpstart
that
to
would
stop
really,
shining the light.
I think it'd be, a big investment.
Sure.
So it sounds like you have a couple of ideas there, but I think like the messaging and the need and, making sure it's well publicized, I think, that'd be really like impactful, so.
Great. Thanks, Joe.
Said one other
Oh,
thing.
yeah, go ahead, Chris.
Thanks, Mary. I don't want to tell you how to run your business, but perhaps you could go with the reverse full-day kindergarten model and, make everything free for the first year and then kind of, Reading people pay half and then someone doesn't, I don't know. And then that will extend you beyond the 3, but, as long as I'm sure you'll come up with something in 3 years.
Has the Y ever run things though, based on residents? I mean, you've run things member and non-member.
So this is actually modeled after the initial signing of opening up the Burbank Y in 1999.
Exactly.
We had free kindergarten lessons for every kindergartner in Reading. So there's ways to delineate that. That was long before I got there. I don't know the mechanics behind it.
Yeah, I know it's easier with Reading Rec, because they'll run programs that way.
Correct.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, I think we're all set. Thank you very much.
Thank you
We
kindly
can't
for
take any
extending us
votes this
all this
evening.
time. We really do appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so next up, we have a presentation and discussion by the Food Pantry. I think Ms. Alvarado is going to speak. And does Jackie have slides for you, or?
Hi, everyone. Yes, she does.
Okay. They're in the packet. I'm just flipping ahead. No, that's community garden.
No, not in the packet.
Nothing in the,
Just a memo.
okay.
I'm happy to send the presentation out after the meeting if that would be helpful too. So hi everyone, thank you so much for having us here tonight. My name is Vanessa Alvarado and I'm here as a representative from the Reading Food Pantry Board of Directors and the leadership team, and with me is fellow board member Simone Payment. Jackie, if we can go to the next slide. So as we go through the presentation, you'll see quotes included on each page. We asked our neighbors who visit the food pantry what the pantry means to them. And I want to draw your attention to these because their answers truly go to the heart of what the Reading Food Pantry is in this community. Next slide, please. So I'd like to tell you a little bit about the Reading Food Pantry, our mission, and about the neighbors we serve. The Food Pantry was established in 1983, and it's a collaboration among all members of the Reading Clergy Association. It provides food assistance to families who live in Reading, and we operate out of the Old South United Methodist Church. We generally serve approximately 120 households, but numbers do fluctuate, including sharp increases during the pandemic and current increases due to high food costs and other household expenses.
Now, many of you have probably donated to the bins inside Market Basket and Stop and Shop, or have personally donated to or volunteered at the pantry. What you may not know is the tremendous difference your donations make to your neighbors here in Reading, because the food pantry is funded entirely by these generous donations. We do not currently receive funds from the state. However, we are, once we become a 501c3 nonprofit, which we are in the process of applying for, we will be very happy to apply for state and other grants the food pantry will be eligible for. The next number you see here on the slide, the one on the bottom, is important because our request for funds is tied to this number. There is a slight update to that. Due to inflation and the supply chain issues caused by the pandemic, the food pantry has faced shortages in staple food items like eggs, butter, onions, and potatoes. This has led the food pantry to make difficult choices about how we address this need for our neighbors. Ultimately, it has led to an additional $1,500 in expenses per month. And if our request is granted, we'll be able to better mitigate this expense in both the short and long term. And I want to note that the food pantry serves a wide variety of Reading residents, from seniors on fixed income to young families to families with adult children with disabilities, to people needing short-term assistance. And one of our goals is to expand the number of residents we can help support with food security and expanded social services and referrals. No one should wonder where their next meal is coming from. Next slide, please. So how does it work? Well, the food pantry is open on Mondays and Fridays. Neighbors are able to visit 2 times per month. They drive up to the food pantry. They're given a shopping list of items to choose from. Volunteers then collect those items, bag them, and bring them out to neighbors' cars. The food pantry also provides monthly gift cards to Market Basket to supplement items that the pantry does not provide. You'll hear more about these a little later in the presentation. And if a neighbor is unable to personally visit the food pantry, volunteers deliver groceries to their homes every other Wednesday. Next slide, please. So where do donations come from? As I've mentioned, the food pantry runs entirely on donations, the vast majority of which are from local residents and businesses. And while the majority of items are shelf-stable foods, we also provide some fresh produce and personal care items like laundry detergent, shampoo, and diapers. The food pantry also has baby formula. So during the recent and ongoing formula shortage, the pantry has been able to support our neighbors in providing this critical food for babies right here in town. And donations come from a variety of sources. For food and personal care items, we have food drives, the annual postal food drive, donation bins in Market Basket and Stop and Shop. Reading residents donate, and twice weekly donations from Stop and Shop. Other needed items are purchased from Market Basket, Stop and Shop, and the Greater Boston Food Bank. For cash donations, they come from local businesses, company matches, foundations, Reading residents. And I do want to note that cash is used to purchase food, gift cards, and to pay for nominal operating expenses like snow removal and phone service. Next slide, please. So now let's take a tour of the Reading Food Pantry to get a better understanding of the space and some of the challenges that we face. I'll give you a moment to read that quote. Next slide, please. This is the main space the food pantry uses and is graciously shared by the Old South Church. This is a multi-purpose space within the church, and so we are not able to keep tables and shelves in this layout that we need. Each day the food pantry is open, shelves and tables are brought in and out of this area, and this puts a physical demand on our volunteers. Next slide, please. This is the kitchen with a small closet in the back left that you'll see there that we use to store many dried and canned goods. As you can see, it's probably not much bigger than your kitchen at home, but it serves over 120 families in town. Next slide, please. We have 3 freezers and 1 refrigerator, and these are located in 3 different places on 2 different floors within the building. And this makes it challenging for volunteers as they do a lot of carrying throughout a very large space. These are standard appliances that you'd find in any average home. And again, these 4 appliances are meant to serve over 120 families. While we are very grateful to have them, we would love to have proper industrial appliances that could handle the space needed to provide perishable items for our neighbors. Next slide, please. We have 3 storage areas throughout the space as well, and they're spread over 2 floors. This requires significant coordination by volunteers to ensure items are stored in an organized way. It also means that volunteers do a lot of carrying, lifting, and stacking of heavy boxes. This layout results in an inefficient and unsafe workflow for our volunteers, as well as being inadequate for the amount of items we need to store, especially recently due to the pandemic. So this shortage of storage space means that we can't buy items in bulk and benefit from those cost savings, and this has been exacerbated by recent inflation. The pantry truly needs a safe, efficient, well-organized, and suitably equipped space to better serve our neighbors and volunteers, especially following the pandemic. Next slide, please. With this in mind, the Reading Food Pantry would like to make a request of ARPA funds to help support our mission. This is a unique opportunity for RAC and the Select Board to generously fund our neighbors in need and those that have been disproportionately impacted by the pandemic and the recent inflation affecting food and personal care items. Next slide, please. The first item we have is an area in which the food pantry has struggled to provide for our neighbors, and that's in refrigerated food items like meat, produce, and milk. We simply don't have enough refrigerator space right now. A large industrial refrigerator would enable the food pantry to quickly source and store perishable items. The cost of this refrigerator is approximately $6,000. As I mentioned earlier, the pantry provides monthly gift cards to neighbors to supplement their needs for food not typically stocked by the pantry. And in an effort to, for several years, the amount has been $15 for individuals and $30 for families. In an effort to address inflation concerns, the food pantry has increased the amount to $20 for individuals and $40 for families. However, this expense is being sourced from the food pantry's savings, and so we would like to request $3,600 to supplement the Market Basket gift cards. This amount would cover the cost of this increase for 3 months. Item 3 is the Board of Directors is also looking to secure a site selection consultant to help us determine the best location within Reading to expand the food pantry. This consultant would determine how to increase our storage capacity and move forward with a transition to establishing a new and expanded space. We estimate this consultant would cost $15,000. And once the consultant's recommendation is finalized, the food pantry faces its biggest hurdle, and that's the fit out and renovation of the new space. While fundraising and grants will absolutely be pursued, the reality is space and construction are expensive. We have one estimate for an expansion of our current space, and that is for $650,000. This is just one avenue that the Board of Directors is considering, but we know that any future space will be costly. And for this, we humbly request $100,000 to aid in expanding the food pantry space. This would help us to better serve Reading residents in need. It would provide a more accessible space for our neighbors, and it would provide a safer and more efficiently laid out environment for the pantry's volunteers. So the total request for you tonight is $124,600. I'd like to just take a moment and thank all of you for your service. I know you sit through many presentations and there are many requests for ARPA funds. So thank you so much for having us tonight. And while I have the opportunity for those watching at home and for those in the room, I'd like to thank all the volunteers and everyone who donates to the Reading Food Pantry. You are making a tremendous difference right here in Reading, and we are very grateful for it. So thank you very much. Simone and I would be happy to answer any questions you have.
Okay, I know we have a hand up on Zoom, but I'm gonna just go to the board first. Is there any questions here?
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, I mean, Vanessa, thank you, first of all, for the time and the presentation and whatnot. I fully understand the refrigerator request. I would even maybe say 2 instead of 1 if it was me. I would actually say potentially more for the supplemental gift cards too. I think you're short on that request for a little while at least. But I have a really hard time with the other 2 requests from an understanding perspective in terms of how it would fit into what we're trying to achieve with ARPA, especially when it's so vague about what the actual result is going to be. When you have one request for $650,000 to build out the space, potentially looking at other space, which is what the 15,000 I think is for. But then the 100,000 seems like we're asking for some of the money because we know we can't ask for all of it. It's kind of what it feels like. But it doesn't feel like it has a tangible deliverable that we know would be achieved in the time frame we're talking about. So can you spend a little bit more time talking about what the plan is there and how that 100,000 would be used, and maybe even a little bit more about how the 15,000 would be used?
Sure. Simone, did you want to join me for this portion of it? So as far as the 15,000 goes for the consultant, one of the things we know that the larger expansion is going to take more time. So the consultant would be for two things. One is to find ways to maximize the space we have presently, and that could be improving our current layout, finding a temporary space, or some combination thereof, while we work towards a more permanent location for the food pantry. Demand is increasing, and we just don't have the space. And not having that storage capacity is actually costing us in the short term. So the idea would be for the consultant to help us navigate what our best option is in the short term. From the long-term perspective, we are exploring different options for what we could do for a more permanent location, or the expansion of the current space. We have the $650,000 quote. We actually have a very detailed architectural study that indicates the exact changes that would take place from a construction perspective for the church. But we don't want to limit ourselves to that if there is something that is centrally located, handicap accessible, and fits our storage needs. And the board was only recently created. We had a board of advisors this past year, but we are looking to move very quickly. So I can appreciate that the 100,000 seems vague, but it would be tied to future construction.
Can you, one of the things you said there, and I don't know that you have any stats in here, but I don't know if you have any on the top of your head, demand has increased. I think we would expect that to be the case, but do you have any, before COVID, during COVID, now somewhat post-COVID, we're not fully past it yet, but do you have any, ramp up, ramp down? What are we looking at now as a usage base? You use 120 plus families, but is there a curve at all that was involved there that we could be looking at?
Yes, it definitely fluctuates. Certainly there are situational things like COVID that went way up, then it sort of leveled off, and now it's back up again because inflation is, as everyone knows, really putting a dent in people's budgets. So there are more people looking for services, and it might be short term, it might be long term. People come to the pantry for all different reasons. Some of them are short term unemployment, seasonal employment. Somebody who works as a landscaper in the summer might not need any help, but then during the winter might come again. So, at any one time, it can change. But we are definitely up right now.
Do you have any rough approximations? Was it 120 before COVID and then 150 or 200, or is there any sort of?
Yeah, I'd say we're more of around 140 right now.
Okay, so about a 17-18% increase versus where you were pre-COVID? Okay, thank you for that.
Can I build on what Tom said, because I think I'm coming from a similar place. I can understand, I would think, I think you need 6 months of gift cards or something or more because we're all seeing in our pocketbook with the groceries. But I'm a little confused with what you're renovating and where you're renovating. And I wanted to ask, maybe this isn't, Sharon's still on the call. I wanted to ask about your 501c3 status. If they're not a 501c3, which I think is required to be called a nonprofit, are they allowed to still be considered someone that's helping our town with a government service for the purpose of giving ARPA money?
Are you saying they're not a not-for-profit, or their status hasn't been established?
They are applying for it, but they are not currently a 501c3.
Oh, okay. I'd have to find out. I'm not sure. I mean, if they're located in Reading, and they're serving the community, I'd still feel like that would be a resource that we could utilize, but I can verify that for you.
We would just want to be sure. Do you know how long it would be until you become a 501c3? Is it just a legal application?
Yeah, it depends on the state, how quickly they process the
Okay.
application.
Because I
And
know
the
that,
IRS, not the state.
Pardon me, the paperwork is in, but we just haven't received confirmation.
okay. 'Cause it doesn't.
We anticipate a few months.
So,
max.
are you guys though saying you would be renovating church space with, or is the church space dedicated to the food pantry's exclusive use? Or are you looking to rent space somewhere else?
The space that we would be renovating would be used exclusively for the food pantry.
But it would be at the church. Right now, the church is generously donating the space to us, but they do use it as a church. So after each time we serve people, we have to put things away in our storage areas that are dedicated to the pantry. I think about 5 years ago, the church contracted with an architect to draw up plans to renovate the basement. And that would be exclusively for the use of the food pantry, and the church would just let us use the space, but we would have to pay to outfit the space for the use of the food pantry.
And then maybe it would be able to be, you still need volunteers, or would it still?
Absolutely.
So it wouldn't be used, I don't know the status of what we're allowed to do with religious things, but it wouldn't be used for religious purposes when it wasn't a food
No,
pantry?
that would be exclusively for the food pantry. The church would not use that space.
Okay. I'm sure someone else has a question here. Joe, then Chris?
Yeah, I guess I'm just trying to like understand like the opportunity cost. Like if you didn't do this expansion, right? I understand like, you know, it's a big hassle now, like setting up every time you need to give out food. But what else is happening too? Like you alluded to that you can't take as much food from the Boston Food Bank. Or
Right, and so we have to go to the Greater Boston Food Bank more frequently to pick up food because we can't store it long-term. Also, the current space is not accessible. We are still serving people in the parking lot in their cars, which is something that happened as a result of COVID. People used to come into the building, but it is not accessible. So that's some, goal certainly for our next space. And that is part of the plan that the church drew up about 5 years ago, that it would be made accessible.
I will add that one of the issues, you mentioned sort of the inconvenience of needing to remove things from the space. It is an inconvenience. It's also a safety issue for our volunteers because there's a lot of heavy things that need to be moved, and many of our volunteers are also seniors. There's also a cost associated with having this limited space, which is that we can't buy in bulk. So there is a finite amount of items that we can purchase and store at any given time, so we lose on those economies of scale. And lastly, we want to expand. Many of our board members have visited other food pantries in surrounding communities to see how they operate and the space that they have. And we all operate a little bit differently, but one of the things where the Reading Food Bank is unable to provide is in perishable items because we don't have the refrigerator space. And so we can do with one. We would love to have two. We're not sure if we have the space for it. So either expanding the current space or finding a new location would allow us to provide more services and more food and personal care items.
Thanks.
Can I just ask a question from a resident that was sent by message? What is the current rough demographics of the food pantry clients? Like what % are seniors and what % are families with children?
I don't have the exact figures. We do have a large population of seniors. We do also have families with small children.
Would you say it's more seniors than families, or can you?
It is more seniors than families.
Okay.
Yes. But I would say it's maybe 40% families, 60% seniors. That's very rough. I don't have exact figures.
Okay, Chris, you had a question?
Yep, thanks, Marianne. Yeah, just like the prior speaker, I don't want to tell you how to run your business over there or and whatnot, but seeing the $15,000 for a site selection consultant on such a small space seems like you're just spending 15,000 to spend 15,000, as opposed to just using it for another refrigerator or a couple more months worth of gift cards. Can you just explain a little bit more in the thought process? I could understand if it was like a gigantic area that you're doing, but 15 grand just seems high to just be like, put it right here. You know what I mean? Like,
That's a fair question, thank you, Chris. There's two things that the site consultant would be doing. One, as I mentioned, is that short term, are we not using our current space as best as we could? And are there short-term dollars that we can invest to increase the storage space we have within the square footage that we have? And then the second component is that long-term space. So potentially identifying spaces within Reading that could be used that we may not necessarily be aware of.
and then the other one is obviously the 100,000, and you mentioned that you got the estimate for 650, so that is a significant disparity. So where would you be coming up with the other 500 grand if you had to?
So three sources. One is fundraising. We would embark on a significant fundraising campaign within the community. Two, we would pursue state grants and other grants available from other institutions, as well as savings that the food pantry has.
Thanks.
Okay, anyone else on the board with any questions? I have visible, but I don't see any from.
And if Jackie, if you wouldn't mind just going to the next slide.
Oh, there's another slide.
I neglected to add that. If anyone is here in the room or watching from home, if you need one-time assistance, please do visit the food pantry. It's at 6 Salem Street in the center of town. It is open Mondays 6:30 to 7:30 p.m. and Fridays 10:30 to 11:30 a.m. You can also call the number on the screen to get more information. If you'd like to become a regular client of the food pantry, please call Carrie Valley at 781-942-6659. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Oh, Michelle, Sandra, did you have a question?
Am I allowed to ask a question?
Oh, yeah, you are. If you have a question of them, I'm sorry. I should have asked the audience.
It's actually more directed, like.
Should you go to them?
Kind of like an out loud thought.
Can we ask you to go to the mic?
Can you
Michelle?
go to the mic,
mic.
Michelle?
Thank
Just
you.
so the audience can hear.
This is where I get myself in trouble. So where we have two school committee members here, I just want to, first of all, make sure that I'm on the right track. Is the lunch that was free for all school children going to stop and go back to the reduced and to
Yes.
the way that it was in the past? Okay, thank you.
Yes,
All right,
but they're changing the income levels, they're increasing it a little bit, so you don't have to be as far down the poverty scale. You can, it's increased a little bit.
Okay, that's fantastic. So this is where my mind was going, is that when that is happening, I'm wondering if the food pantry is going to see a shift and an increase of families that may need some assistance from the food pantry. So I just kind of wanted to bring that up as a, like,
Watch out.
thought, or watch out. Yes, thank you.
Make a
Did
comment?
you have a follow-up?
Follow up back to the, well, that was actually very specific to the food pantry, so thank you. In addition, I'm wondering, I know that, the ARPA money, kind of is like, boom, here it is, and it's great to see, where are the needs and how can we kind of figure things out. It feels to me like there's a need, and there's a need for kind of the next step in your plan. And armed with that, I think you'd be able to make a much stronger pitch in terms of, here's what we need to do. We're thinking of a couple of locations, here are a couple of ideas. We need some support from the community. ARPA can be one form of the community support, other fundraising. I know you've mentioned it, but it feels like it's kind of, it may be more than just a little bit down the road. It feels like it's a bit down the road. But the ARPA money isn't forever, so it's important to kind of come in and say, hey, can you support us here? We're not done yet with the process, and I guess I would encourage that as you're working on this problem and the situation, to keep coming back with updates. And even if we go through the initial allocation process, if we're fortunate, some of the things will come in under the budget that was expected, and there may be funds left at the end. And it may be another opportunity to come back if, again, the needs are more well-defined and the opportunity is easier to get. So not saying that I don't get it, I completely get it. It's just, I think we're grappling with, you know, what is it? You know, is it as big as $100,000? Is it as small as $100,000? Nobody can handle that yet. Please, yeah, go back up to respond, please.
I'm thinking of another question as he's talking.
So from a procedural perspective, when will the select board be voting on this and the many other requests that you're receiving?
So if I could respond, so the time-sensitive items have been popping up, and we've got 2 of them that'll hit the next select board meeting. The next specific vote, I would imagine, will be when this committee kind of comes back with its recommendations. And I'm sure it will, you know, get to, you know, close to the total number. It may or may not have a buffer, but there have been a number of different groups that have either indicated they might not need all the funds, or it may be that they just don't, or we can't spend them in time, or who knows what's going to happen. Maybe we get a grant that obviates some stuff. Awesome. Per Sharon's discussion too, we'll be watching it carefully, and we're going to figure out kind of how to allocate those remaining funds.
And just if I can follow up, you know, RAC is supposed to sunset in September, but that doesn't mean that, you know, if there's leftover money, that the select board can't kind of duplicate the RAC functions and on a much smaller scale and say, okay, we have this much time left with this much money. And some allocations may say, let's put aside some for whatever reason, because we don't know how the pandemic's gonna go this fall, you know, every month, 3 months is a new variant to scare us with, or we just want to not spend every penny until if we might need it. So RAC may sunset even without all of the ARPA money spent, is my understanding. One follow-up question I had was something you said. You said you've looked at food pantries in other communities, and it just made me wonder, are these food pantries located in private spaces, or are they, does the school, does another community have like a public space where their food pantry is? How does it work in other communities?
Yeah, for instance,
Could you come up, Simone?
Why don't you come up?
Please. Thank you.
Wakefield has a dedicated space.
Town-owned?
In the Americal Civic Center.
Okay.
I believe the town has
It's
given
town-owned.
them the space to
Okay.
use. Stoneham has a couple food pantries. One of them is located in a church. That's a frequent model, that the pantry in the community is located in the church. Trying to think of other examples. Wakefield is a good example where they do serve more people than we do, but they have a dedicated space that is only for their use.
So that, would they ever put, and please, I'm not trying to take over your senior center, but would they ever put something in a senior center or something like that, especially if a lot of the population being served is seniors, if, say, the senior center had the space?
We
and the
would love
kitchens?
that. Yeah.
Okay. Where if our senior center had a new one, would be, seems like the old one would be a good place.
Yes, we have thought about that. We also think a lot about the Walgreens building.
Oh, everyone thinks about
Everybody thinks about the Walgreens
I
building.
gotta get in line behind Chris for that one.
Might have some ideas about the Walgreens building right now.
Okay, yeah. Okay, Chris had one last thing since we have a
Thanks,
guy
Mary.
back up.
Yeah, to piggyback sort of kind of off what Mark had mentioned, if you were to hypothetically, you know, say, we're buying the Walgreens, it's $650,000, which is impossible, and we have 500,000, and we need 150 from ARPA. That is like concrete. They have the money. They already know what they want to do with it. They just need this little, you know, or a portion to get over the line. That kind of would make, you know, things easier
Yeah.
in this, as opposed to a hypothetical, maybe we'll move somewhere else kind of thing.
Right, we're just not there,
Yeah.
there yet.
Yep.
But you're not subject to public construction. I mean, you could go buy a little tear-down cape and turn it into a food pantry or something. if
Yeah,
you
I mean,
wanted.
we've thought about that too.
But for one thing.
But, yes,
I know.
exactly.
That's
Well, and
$650.
zoning. That
And
zoning.
zoning.
Buy
Okay,
somebody's
fair enough.
garage.
Two
maybe.
things.
Zoning can be fun.
Okay.
We know some people.
So I think we're we really done now. We can let them go.
Yes.
It's the gardening people are really. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Even knowing people doesn't help sometimes.
Okay.
Sometimes it hurts.
So we're behind schedule a little bit, but I think we'll be able to be getting right on track. We have the Reading Community Garden seeking some ARPA funding for Matera Phase 2 projects. Do we have
Okay.
someone,
Kathy.
Kathy and Zeke's online, and we have your presentation.
Well, thank you, and I will echo what some of the previous presenters have said. There is a wide range of exciting projects that are being proposed, and this has been fascinating listening to the proposals this evening. I am Kathy Zeke, and I'm presenting on behalf of the Reading Community Garden. Simone Payment, who is there with you, has a second hat to put on in addition to her food pantry hat. She has also been instrumental to bringing the community garden to the point where it is currently. Our request will go toward Phase 2 of the community garden. In Phase 2, we plan to expand access and benefits for Reading community members to enjoy for years to come. You've had a chance to look at our presentation. It gives you a summary of kind of where the garden has evolved at this point, and looks forward to what can happen in Phase 2. As I talk, I want you to be sure and note the unique and strong collaborative structure that's brought the community garden to this point. It's a collaboration among community volunteers, town staff, and town committees and commissions that has made it a strong organization to this point. Next slide, please. And you know that we are requesting $25,000 to take us into Phase 2. Next slide, please. The photos on this sheet show what the community garden looked like a year ago. It didn't look like much of a garden. Just a year ago, we had learned that the state's budget would include $10,000 in set-aside funding for to launch the community garden with support from our legislative delegation. At this point, a year ago, a small organizing group had been working for about 3 months to identify potential sites for a garden in town and explore logistics with town staff. By November, we focused on the Matera space, and we moved from there into the approval process. You see some highlights of that process here. Next slide, please. By the spring of this year, work was underway. You see the high points here through some of the photos, along with photos of some of the people who were involved. The workers included DPW, town hall staff, all of the gardeners, many of their family members, and many friends of the garden and friends of gardeners. This work went on primarily during the pandemic. It provided an opportunity for all of us who were involved to counter some of the isolation that we felt, to increase the connections, and to recreate with folks who have similar interests. Next slide, please. And here's where we are today. The crops are growing. We have a pollinator garden starting. In fact, with the crops, several gardeners have already begun harvesting some veggies and herbs. You can see that the community garden and the gardeners have done a lot with a relatively small starting budget and generous support from the Reading community in terms of time and talent. At the same time, as I mentioned, an additional group has planted a pollinator garden using native plants donated by community members. We're looking forward to the colors and the scents, and have already had some visits from native pollinators. Next slide, please. Here you'll see some specifications for the garden as it currently exists. You'll also see some of these pieces in the photos that are accompanying this. A couple of notes that I want to make. First of all, the crops from one of the beds go specifically to the food pantry, providing fresh vegetables and herbs for the clients that the food pantry serves. All of the gardeners are invited to donate any excess crops to the food pantry in addition. Our gardeners range in age tremendously. In fact, our youngest gardener just turned 1 year old couple of months ago. I'm not going to try to comment on the age at the upper end of the scale. You'll notice that we do use organic materials and practices in the garden. All of the plants are either native or well adapted. Many vegetables are not native to the areas. And we've also installed a fencing system, which we designed to blend as much as possible with the scenery and to deter some four-legged pests. Next slide, please. Some information on the pollinator beds. I didn't have good photos to add to this because we had just planted the plants, and they are getting established. There is the large bed that's located just above the main parking lot. There will be an additional bed near the Main Street entrance. We're using drip irrigation. All of the plants are donated, they're native, and they are being maintained using organic materials and practices. Next slide, please. This gives us a starting point then to think about phase 2. And we have a few pieces that we want to be sure and emphasize in phase 2. First of all, the expansion is going to take us to the terrace above the current raised beds. It's going to be extending southwards, in other words. It's going to build on the community engagement that phase 1 has generated, along with the collaboration, the connections between community members and town staff, the opportunity to share and complete a project, and to expand support, to provide space and facilitation, to model sustainable gardening practices. All of these pieces are a part of where we currently stand. The expertise, resources, and time have led us to where we are, and we look forward to being able to continue that. A hallmark of the community garden so far really is that collaboration. So let's, if you go to the next slide, please. We have 3 big goals for phase 2. Embedded in these goals is kind of a really big idea that we've tried to carry through all of the steps so far. We want to create a space for community members to interact, to preserve the beauty of the conservation area, and to give access and opportunity to our residents to increase their own sustainability. Looking at the particular goals we have, we want to increase accessibility. The main parking area currently includes designated parking spaces for visitors who have limited mobility. Phase 2 will add a walkway from that space, from those parking spaces, to the garden plots. Both the new walkway and the existing ramp on the west side of the terraces will be graded and hard surfaced so that we're going to be able to better support access for a greater number of visitors. The second goal is to provide additional gardening space on Terrace 2. Again, this is the terrace that's just above the current garden space. We're planning on 25 4-foot by 8-foot plots with a foundation of organic material, sand, and wood chips, similar to what we have in the current space. Our possible audience includes the waiting list from phase 1. There were 3 more people who requested plots than we were able to provide. We've heard from 8 to 10 interested community members, folks who have said, I didn't know this was happening, but I really want to be on the list for the future. And we would also consider inviting some community groups to operate plots in the new section. For example, there could be some interest from the food pantry, from the Pleasant Street Center, and from other groups. None of these groups, I want to be very clear, we haven't reached out to community groups at this point, but have heard from various folks that they would be interested. So with a phase 2 firmly in the horizon, then we would certainly follow up on that. The third goal is to collaborate with a variety of town groups to provide education, demonstration, and participation in some key areas: sustainability, climate, and food insecurity among them. Thinking ahead, some other things. Some of you who have heard me talk about this before know that I really get excited when I talk about what we can do. And I just want to point out that in addition, we've talked about adding a rainwater collection system, a small storage shed, and a pergola-like structure that would provide shade and shelter. So this is not a part specifically of phase 2, but some things that we're trying to keep in mind as we think about what phase 2 will specifically look like. Next slide, please. You see the breakdown for the budget. The increased accessibility, materials and labor will run to about $7,000. And building the additional garden plots using a similar structure to what we currently have is another $18,000 for a total of $25,000. Next slide, please. For a bit of a visual, you can see where we're going to locate phase 2. With the funding approved, we can begin planning specifics, the layout and so forth for the beds. Investing the funds will let us create a space that Reading residents can enjoy for generations to come. As I close, I want to go back to a point I made earlier. Much of the work that we did happened during the pandemic. It gave us an opportunity as residents to collaborate, to connect. For the gardeners, they've been able to grow their own food, developing some food independence, some food security, as well as providing fresh produce and herbs for our neighbors in need through the food pantry donations. Our additional phase of the garden creates an outdoor space that combines sustainable food production with a gathering space, which is certainly a benefit to our community as a whole. I've presented quickly and am happy to engage in conversation.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'll open it up to the board. Are there any questions or follow-up? Okay, Joe.
In terms of like, I guess the sustainability question we've hit a couple times tonight. So ongoing, right? Like the people that have a raised bed, like what they pay annually would cover, like, call it the operating costs, right?
That's our expectation, yes.
Okay. And have you thought like of people maybe that can't even like afford that, or like would that be subsidized at all, or is there any opportunity? Because it seems like you're really asking to go up in a lot of capacity, right? And right now, like all these plots really aren't really accounted for, right? You're going.
The additional 25 plots?
Yeah, it seems like it's almost not doubling, but you're going from 16 to another 25, right? And the wait, you said the waiting list is probably like a half dozen, right?
3.
It's the waiting list from phase 1 was 3. And I have heard from, and other members of the organizing group have heard from probably another 10 or so that they would be interested. So we would go through the application process again, the publicity process, and solicit applications when we get to that point. And so I want to be clear too, we don't actually have a waiting list of 10, but we did have a waiting list from the first round. As far as cost, it is a $50 per plot charge at this point. Something our group has talked about is that we would very much like to be able to subsidize some of the plots for folks who would like to start a garden but don't have the funds, the $50 to support that. So that could be something that we would suggest doing, soliciting donations from community members to make that more possible. that would be high on our list of steps to take. We have also been able to support the cost of the plants themselves with donations from community members, plants that they have grown on their own from their gardens. So trying to be sensitive.
And do you have any sense, like, just comparing, like, you know, there's one like in Hawn Pond, right? Like in Woburn? Like, I don't know if you're familiar with that, but how does that compare with like what you think we're building here? Like in terms of like pricing and like space and et cetera, so.
The community gardens in our area, we looked at several of them, the $50 per plot is fairly common as far as a range of costs goes. Several of the gardens do have active kind of donation systems to subsidize the cost of the plots. As far as numbers of beds, they're all over the place. The 16 that we have is similar to the size of the Wakefield community garden. Some of them are much larger. So it really varies by the community itself, the space they have, and the needs that they have identified.
Okay, great. Yeah, thank you.
Can I ask, when someone pays $50, is that per year, or do they get a plot and they have it for as long as they're interested in it?
That's per year.
Per year. So if people give up on an active plot, someone could take it over as well if they decide, yep, you know, this was great, but I don't feel like driving up here 4 times a week to water and that kind of stuff.
They could indeed do that, Mary Ann. And I do want to clarify too, the watering is by drip irrigation, which we have on a timer. So the town ran a water line from the Matera cabin to the garden space, and we have set up our own drip irrigation.
You mean like with a rain barrel or just another?
Drip
It's just a water line at this point.
It's like a hose that you bury in the ground that has little holes in it.
Okay.
Exactly. That's a beautiful description.
Accurate.
Except this one's above ground.
We would, you know, like I mentioned, we would very much like to set up a rainwater collection system sometime in the next 3 or 4 years, so that we could supplement any water that we need to draw from the town supply. Again, a sustainable practice.
Okay. Chris, you had a question?
Yep, thanks, Mary Ann. And I guess if phase 2 was funded, you would assume that the demand would already be there. I know you said you had 3 from before and then a potential 10 kind of scenario. But do you think that you wouldn't sell all 25 or whatever for phase 2?
I would expect that we would sell all 25 for phase 2. We had excellent response from our first round from phase 1, as well as, like I said, a number of folks who said, I just didn't know that was happening. We would increase the publicity. We would expect then that there would be more response.
Yeah, because I drive past there twice a day, taking my daughter to daycare in North Andover, so I consistently see people there day in and day out, so it is being utilized as far as I can tell from just driving past there. I just think the other aspect is more of the community thing too as well, like hearing building houses for Habitat for Humanity and all that, and the community coming together. It's sort of that way for phase 1 and then phase 2 with everyone helping build it and all that kind of thing. So I think it's another aspect that, you know, you can't put a dollar figure on that kind of community that would go up there. Do you think there would end up being a parking situation if we have phase 2, phase 3 kind of thing in the future? Like, because I know it's very limited there.
It is very limited there. And that is something that needs to go into the whole planning process as we think about expanding the uses and the reasons for people to be there with the growth of the community garden and any other kinds of options that we build in. Yes, I think that that's definitely something that's going to need some consideration. We have scheduling helps somewhat, but one of the difficulties there becomes the fact that a lot of community members use the Matera and bare meadow areas just as exercise, dog walking, general enjoyment, bird watching is another possibility that goes on. There are cabin rentals that people do, that community members do, that involve, obviously they're going to need space for people to park if they're having a party, for instance. So parking is something that we'll have to figure into any additional uses of the space.
Thank you.
Tom?
So Kathy, thank you for the outline here, for the history of what's gone on, and for the plan and vision for what's going forward. I have a hard time, frankly, with this one. Maybe I'm the only one. A, because it's so shortly after the one that was already done. B, because the way the funding was achieved the last time, I would hope we could probably hit into that again. And then C, that we're going for a plot that's more than 1.5, it's about 1.5 times as big as the existing plot. And I'm not sure that I see the demand necessarily right now. Maybe the demand will materialize, but when we have to look at all of the list of things that are out there that are being requested, this is limited to currently, I'll just say 16 people because of the plots, and if you make it 25, it's going to be 41 people. There's a lot more people that walk down the trails in the different conservation areas. There are a lot more people that walk through town forests that don't want a tree to fall on their head. And I'm just thinking about the scale and scope of it, and the relativeness of that, plus the fact that maybe I'm wrong, and Mark, Fidel, Kathleen, speak if I'm wrong, but I have a pretty good idea that if we went back to Brad, Jason, and team and said we want another, earmark for 15,000 or 25,000 for next phase of this, we might have success in doing so. So I think there's another way to achieve this without doing ARPA. Conversely, we can't go to Brad and team and say, we want 25,000 for, emergency worker pay. That's not going to fly, right? So I think there's a little bit of a give and take here that we have to think about in terms of what priorities we have to put on some of this. This is a wonderful vision, a wonderful plan, but I don't know that I would rank this, and we'll get into that shortly, in that top list to get to the bottom line of what we're trying to achieve.
Vidal?
I do agree that the legislators were very supportive of this project. We had a ribbon cutting that was wonderful. Rep Jones reached out to me on Monday because they're in the final stages of the budget and their session, and he has submitted an earmark request for this funding. Of course, we haven't heard the results yet, but he seemed pretty positive about it.
You would think I talked to him, but I didn't. So.
Fidel, thank you for that update. It's exciting to know that Rep. Jones is interested there. And Tom, to address the points that you were making too, I don't envy you all having to make a decision with all of the worthy projects that have come to you. There are a lot of them, and yes, it's going to be again, I don't envy you. You're going to have some fascinating conversations. As far as the timing and asking for funding so quickly after the first phase, one of the things that we want to do is to build immediately on the engagement and the interest that the community has shown. As Chris was pointing out, we have had, it's hard to quantify, but there's been a lot of interest, there's been a lot of conversation, just informal interactions at the garden already. Among the gardeners, among people who are walking their dogs, who are visiting the Terra or Bear Meadow, who are there to do some bird watching, whatever it may be. People who have driven by and thought, oh my gosh, what is it that's going on there? I see more cars than ever. As far as demand goes, we do have a beginning point. When we started this a year ago, we didn't have a waiting list. So I'm optimistic of folks being interested, making their applications and participating for the next round. Particularly if we're able to provide some subsidies, we may be able to interest some more folks.
Anyone else on the board? Okay, I think we're all set. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
I would like to call a 5-minute recess because we have a big, long activity coming up next, and I need a quick break. So the RAC will go into recess for 5 minutes. So now comes the fun stuff. The next item on our agenda is our homework, which was to come up with draft allocations. So I sent out a spreadsheet and then several other versions of spreadsheet when there were errors in my formulas. I'm no spreadsheet goddess. I did my best to try to get us as a start with a master list of all of our requests and where we think we might want to allocate and hopefully find final common ground. I've been trying to think of the best ways to go through this, and rather than each of us going through our entire list, if we all have our spreadsheets or some facsimile in front of us, I thought maybe we'd start with the categories as I organize them, and we could all see where we stand on each line, because then even if I hope we would get through all of it, but I guess even if we didn't, we could say, well, in this meeting, we completed, all of the town side, and we will have gotten something done. Because I think if we just go through one person at a time, and then each of us comments on rationales, it might go too far. So, if we all look at our spreadsheet, and the very first line in the first cell, and on my printout doesn't have cell numbers, but you know what it is, the top corner, with public health, just,
Three.
Right, just as a clarification, we became aware that right now the public health department might not use all 250K of the allocation. Well, thank you, Jackie. I know it's small font for people watching on TV, but our packet's online if you need to see it. And so we became aware that there might be up to 130K that isn't being used right now. But upon further, I think, discussion with the superintendent, given the uncertainty of the pandemic and the fact that the state is not providing COVID tests to the schools for the coming school year, and the school may have a big bank of them, but if something happens and we have to start testing kids again, it may be advantageous to have that money in public health to get more tests for the schools in the town. So there was going to be a give back, and then we just decided to leave it as is. But be that as it may, is anyone here choosing to allocate more money to public health?
No, but I chose to take away 100,000, not knowing that information, but it's still on my list.
Okay.
So it's part of adding it all up. It's 100,000 removed.
And maybe by this past of the sunset of this group, or later on in the year if that money isn't needed, the select board can decide to reallocate it. So I will just note down for Tom that, I'll just put a minus 100. I'm writing in pencil because I have a feeling I won't be the only one who might have changed their mind based on different things they heard. Okay, the next line for town water and sewer. Fidel, if I got this request wrong, I know we gave you, we had already allocated 650, and I thought you asked for 2 million, so just first of all, did I have the amount requested remaining correctly?
Correct.
Okay. So I will start off with my own allocation. Given everything else, I chose 1 million for that, feeling that that was an important capital project consistent with the pandemic. I didn't have the full amount. I figured town meeting or free cash or other things would cover the rest, but I thought that was an important ask on the town side. So I'd like to just kind of poll everyone else and see where you stand, and if you had any comments, I'll start with Jeff. I'm always looking down this end.
Yeah, so I had put the full ask, the 1.35, in that my sense was that the town meeting had actually asked that, we put about 2 million towards water, mostly water tower, but, kind of the water infrastructure thing. So my feeling was, given the town meeting voted that was a clear sense of what the town wanted, and also that water and sewer infrastructure was highly rated in the survey results. So I felt that I put the full amount.
Oh, thank you, Jackie, for putting that in. I'm doing it in pencil too. And Joe?
I actually had bumped it up to 1.5. It's kind of the same arguments. I was just concerned about the water infrastructure, some of the emergency repairs we had recently, and Like, I don't know, I think it's such a good use of opera money. So.
Okay, Chris?
So Jackie, if you're filling those in, I think it was Tom who said to take 100,000 off of the public health, not Chris.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't know, should that be written as 150 positive?
No, because the way the numbers add up,
It'll be a
you're trying
negative.
to get to the remaining that we haven't already voted. So that gives
Okay.
it back to the
All right.
remaining of what you haven't already voted.
Okay.
I dealt with it differently, perhaps the way you did, Jeffrey. I kind of filled in what are the numbers, and if we allocated it, it's there, and if we didn't, I put in a new number.
Yeah, but that's not how the spreadsheet worked.
Well, in different versions it did.
That's okay, I just had something so that everything would add up and we could compare it to what was left. So Chris, we didn't get your allocation.
I got words on some of my numbers, so like, one of them says Fidel, we'll get to that later.
Okay.
I'm gonna be the outlier on this, and sorry, Fidel, I am going with 0 additional beyond the 650. Only because it's the amount of money that we're gonna have even at the end of my example over here, we end up with nothing. So I understand that it was up to 2 million for the ask for town meeting. We did 650. I think that if I had the option to do Birch Meadow for $1.5 million, or the any additional water funding, I'm doing Birch Meadow. There's no realm of possibility where I would just flip-flop those around. And that's how I end up getting into my other thing. So, sorry,
Are
Fidel.
you leaving, or you have a question?
He has
Sorry.
We don't have to address it. We haven't voted as a group yet.
I was thinking, I shared how at least to select board, with regards to revenues on the town side, on the water side, sewer, stormwater, enterprise funds, as we closed the year, we did actually very well on all except for water. On water, I mean, we were actually counting down, the days, and for a second we thought we were not going to make it, which means that our reserves would actually keep going down. So the I think on the water side we are hurting, and we've heard how water rates in Reading are among the highest in our peers, anyways. So I would just say any money that we throw at this problem is money that we all feel, and the other option is to increase the rates, right? I mean those are the options. The most of the projects that we're working on are not to say that they're not negotiable, but they are the only other option we got is to increase the rates.
But we did end up breaking even, though, at least in the email that you sent, right?
We ended up breaking even. How we should run things though is we should regenerate, right? I mean, because if we are, because if you recall, we're using some reserves, right? Each year, and we have each year in order to keep the rates down, right? So if we use reserves and don't regenerate, right, at the end of the year, those reserves keep going down, right? Which is what's happening in the water enterprise fund. On the sewer side, it's a much different story. We used $400,000 in reserves, and we generated just about that amount, right? So it's coasting. It's coasting, and it's great. On the water side, it's and this is an issue that is not going to go away. We'll be talking about this in April of next year, and when I started here, I heard a lot of fears, particularly from the seniors, about a potential really big spike in rates, right? In this year, right? We've heard on Facebook and the newspaper that there was fear of a potential 25% increase, right, in water rates. I would hate for that to be a reality, and of course we are going to work very hard to make sure that it doesn't happen. But this is our insurance policy to buy us just a little bit longer.
So Sean, you had a comment, and we can hear your allocation too while you're at it.
Yeah, so I allocated 300,000. I had, I think similar logic to Chris, and I would say too, Fidel, you were talking about reserves. I believe, or my understanding is that that's one of the uses that's not permitted is replenishing reserves. And so I went with a much lower allocation, thinking, we probably have 300,000 of sort of like shovel-ready projects that we could fund. The other piece of this was a very practical one for me, which is, Mark, you challenged us in the beginning of this to think about, this as a piece of a broader financial puzzle. I've said publicly, I've said to many of the folks here on the panel privately, I think our free cash position is much higher than it needs to be, even in sort of an uncertain financial setting. I think it's more practical to go to town meeting in November and say, we need $1 million to put ourselves in a better position from a water reserves perspective, which will help us buffer rates, et cetera, than to go to town meeting with 12 or 13 hodgepodge projects that we can fund with this amount of money instead. So that's, I approached it from that sort of pragmatic angle, that I just think it's more feasible to I think that would sail through town meeting, frankly, to say we need $1 million to put ourselves in a better water position, and we're going to transfer it out of free cash, which is at 230% of FinCom's, guidance or whatever it is right now, right? So that was my sort of pragmatic approach here, as well as the question around whether we even can use it to sort of, offset reserves.
Yeah, I guess sorry. Is it okay if I respond?
Yeah, no,
Madam
that's
Chair?
fine. I was going to let you, I didn't know, you had specific questions beyond I figured I'd just get your number while we're talking, but
Yeah.
you were commenting. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think we budget, not assuming, but planning for some regeneration, right? I mean, you hope that expenses are lower each year, and that you are conservative on revenue projections on purpose, right? So that's what we do on the town side, and because doing the opposite is bad financial planning, right? Assuming that your expenses are going to be higher than what you got and revenues are going to be lower, it's not a good practice, right? So I definitely understand that there's a balance there, but in financial planning, you hope that your expenses are lower and your revenues are higher, which means regeneration naturally, right? I mean, I don't mean to be Chicken Little, but it's just a zero will mean a very hard conversation come April of next year, right? And unfortunately, it's going to fall on the select board to set the rates, right? I mean, and it is what it is at that point. It might mean a very painful conversation when it comes to water rates next year.
That's without town meeting getting involved.
That is assuming that we don't get free cash allocated to absolutely. But I will say, I mean, we are going to town meeting in November, right? And we're asking for $2.2 million, right, from free cash.
For the Killam design study.
For the Killam school, right? I mean, and potentially doing more.
We need to be a little careful here. We're trying to kind of tackle one topic, but we're tackling everything at once. And look, we're gonna fund certain things. There are certain things that we're gonna have to go to town meeting for, and there are certain things that, regardless of those two, won't get funded. And we're gonna have those discussions, absolutely. But I think our goal here is to kind of just think about what are we thinking and why. I think rationales are very helpful to each one in terms of what's happening. And I think we go through it, and we'll see where there are certain things that people are prioritizing for certain reasons, whether it's this is the only way to do it, or town meeting might do it, or geez, it just doesn't even make the cut. Those may be the categories we end up with. But I think we need to kind of find a way to go through this, see what's possible, and just move on, get through the list, as you said.
Okay, well, what's yours?
I allocated 0.
Okay, so I guess your rationale similar to Chris?
So similar to Chris, and I think similar to what Sean just talked about also. I think that and maybe having a little bit of the benefit of having gone through these for a number of years in terms of the water rates in particular, we have been buffering the real increase in cost that's taking place. The water rates have been, the real increase in water rates has been really bad. And we've been buffering it using reserves that we had. And that was going along fine until Walker's Brook and some problems took place. And yeah, it pulled our reserves way down. I think that we have to make a decision. Do we want to get more reserves? If so, I think it's free cash. And at some point, we have to understand that you can only do that for so long. You can't do it forever. It really is just kind of, it's transferring funds to deny that it's an increase in water rates. We've done, I think, a pretty reasonable job so far. It's not a forever practice. Even if we do something like this, it may buy us a few more years, and that's great. But it doesn't last forever. So that's why I gave it a 0.
Okay, and Tom?
I gave it 1.35, the ask. And I gave it that way because I look at it as a capital spend, not a reserve regeneration thing. I would agree with Sean's concern. It definitely cannot be a reserve regeneration thing. And Fidel, you need to sell it differently if that's the case. There's a ton from what we've seen in previous select board meetings of infrastructural change and need of busted pipes that we cannot continue to deal with. And I think this needs to be thought of in that way as a sustainability issue for the town, not as a cost savings issue necessarily from a rate perspective or reserves. The ultimate impact of that is, because we fund a lot of that capital out of this water budget and out of the sewer budget, is that it does buffer some of those cost reserves, but it's a capital expense we're talking about here, not a reserve expense we're talking about here. And if we don't do this, or if we do start not nickel and diming, but taking large chunks out of our free cash to address this, we'll have another free cash issue. We'll be talking about overrides and things along those lines. I think this needs to be spent as a capital expense to shore up those weak areas that we heard about, basically about 4 months ago at this point in time, to address those and make sure that we don't have things fall apart. And I would agree with what Jeff said as well. Town meeting more or less did say, we want you to spend some of this money on that.
Okay, so I'm gonna move on to the next line was there, 650 was allocated to supplement water rates. This may be redundant with our conversation. Did anyone add anything additional?
I'll just can we clarify there? That was to pay a capital cost in the water structure. It happened to help the supplementation of water rates, but we technically didn't supplement water rates, right?
So the terminology I used is inaccurate?
Yes. And we should be very
So I
careful
could
about
just,
that.
so we could call that water capital supplements?
Yep.
That happened to
Water
get.
capital.
Water capital.
Water capital. Okay, this is gonna be a fun one. I will start at the other end now. We're gonna go back and forth. Sean, recreation, line 6.
I allocated the 1.725 ask. We've kicked this can down the road for a decade. This benefits almost every group in town. We got to get started on this project.
Okay, Tom?
I allocated 1.425, and here's the reason why. In our June update for them, the actual ask was 1.5 million, which was made up of 800,000. Let me go back to my notes real quick. It was made up of 800,000 for the central spine, 150 for the lacrosse wall, and 550 for the parking lot. That gave to 1.5 million, not 1.725, which was their first ask. They refined it when they came back. I took off 75,000 for the lacrosse wall, hoping that the Reading Lacrosse would be willing to joint fund that, as they were really originally willing to fund the whole lacrosse wall. So this way, it's a partnership. I would also note that as a result of that, as a result of other things that have happened in town, Reading softball has funded huge improvements at Sturgis, Reading baseball has funded huge improvements at Hunt. I think it's only fair that Reading Lacrosse should participate in that as well. So I funded, as it stands right now, the full central spine, half of the lacrosse wall, and the first parking lot. I will add a caveat, though. I would like to still see the final cost of the second parking lot. That's one of my caveats of my rest of my reserves at the end, because doesn't sit well with me that we're reducing the parking capacity at that facility by doing this movement. If we can't do that, I would actually take the 550 away from the parking lot and put it somewhere else. But for right now, it's It's the 1.425, and that's the justification.
Okay, Mark?
I allocated 1.5 million, largely based on their ask, although I completely agree with what Tom just said in terms of asking lacrosse to participate in some way, shape, or form. My one caveat is just making sure that, I know that the area and the parking lot are going to be handicap accessible. I just want to be assured, even more than I already was, that you can get from one place to the other in an accessible, safe fashion. Whether that's the sidewalk that exists, which I think is the way it was described, awesome. I just want to make sure that we don't have two islands that don't connect. Wouldn't make much sense to me.
So you can see my number is 1.625. I guess I tried to pick the bare minimum of their ask, hoping they'll come in on that. But I think I tend to agree with Tom that I also thought, well, maybe the lacrosse wall could get a grant or something. I don't know. Maybe I wasn't thinking of lacrosse themselves. But I was very close to not funding the Imagination Station lot because I could easily go that way and say, oh, take it away, because I just feel like it's a big expense for a small amount of parking. I just still can't believe it would cost that much. But I basically, I think I went with the low end of the full ask, hoping that they'll come in like that. And I also relied on the survey data that this was something recreation was important. Chris?
Thanks, Marion. I'm starting to think Mark stole my numbers. I'm also 1.5 million on this. Jenna came in as an intern and now has superseded that position in the decade that she's been here. It's time to get it done, and that is the end of that.
Joe?
Yeah, so looks like I'm a low one here. So I'm at 1.4. And again, it's the, I definitely support, like, I've lived like a half mile away from this area, for 30 years, right? So I definitely support improvements in that area. I'm just, like, I just can't support like that full amount for the parking. That's where I get hung up on. If there's like stormwater remediation work that needs to be done, if there's like an in-between, like, I've parked in plenty of places, like, that are trailheads that are very acceptable. I don't think of it as like that parking area as a gateway. I mean, Birch Meadow is a pretty broad area. There's a lot of different places to park, and I've never ever not been able to get a parking space there. And maybe I think it's just the suburban mentality that we live in, right? That you have to drive up and get a handy parking space. I think we could allocate parking spaces for handicapped people that small children, et cetera. But to spend all that money on parking relative to some of the other things that we're talking about, that's a piece where I really struggle with. So.
Thank you. And Jeff?
I'm actually even a little lower because I ran out of money when I.
That's why we had.
Yeah, so I put $1 million there just because I couldn't find a way to make it bigger without cutting things that I felt town meeting had told us to put some on the water. So, if we go lower on the water, then certainly I'm willing to boost this up. But that's where I was when I penciled in my numbers.
Okay, well, what's good to see is I think everyone here agrees on at least $1 million. And that, I'm not saying we're going to come out of this meeting on a recommendation. I'm not going to average it. We don't have Andrews, but I feel like, okay, this is nice that, I'm just going to highlight this line manually. This is nice that there's a consensus for at least some amount.
A substantial amount. I mean, on average, it's like 1/4.
Right, but
Maybe
it's matching what the survey priority was, so.
1.45.
Yeah, and I know, even though I created it, I'm just doing things on paper now, because I'll mess up on the laptop. So, in this category, did anyone allocate additional money towards the next line to elder services?
Jackie, when you did that average, you probably don't want to include the column B, because that's the amount requested.
Right. Should be C.
I can't quite see what you've got there.
It's
Okay.
the average
All right,
is
you got
C.
that already. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, she's got it right.
So could I answer your question?
Okay.
So I didn't add anything to the elder services line here because I created a new category elsewhere. I'm wondering if specific to,
You mean like an other? Because I left room for others to describe.
so I wasn't sure where to put it, and where I ended up putting it, which could be wrong, is, give me 1 second, I'll tell you where I put
There's
it.
nothing wrong. These were just my choices, and I'm not the god of ARPA here.
I put it under, I did it, RAC Committee Ideas and Suggestions.
Okay.
So would you rather I wait until then, or talk?
Yeah, why
about
don't
it?
I guess, well, is it just purely elder services, though?
So it's very specifically, it's capital for a senior center,
Okay.
period. It's a contribution to capital toward a senior center, with the reasoning being that we have another large project that we're going to be bringing forward, I believe, to town meeting. And I think that although a senior center is a smaller project, obviously in scope than what we're talking about, it's substantial. And to take out literally $1 million in capital, toward capital, could make a very substantial difference to it. So I think that's.
So if we went, I guess we'll just put it down. So Jackie, if you scroll towards the end, like the second to last or so, where it says RAC Committee Suggestions, and I have some others. So I guess Mark's other is,
I put it under Joe, where it said more work on lot 5.
So you put like,
It was an other.
so he has an other of senior. and-
Senior center capital, $1 million.
Okay.
And to be even more specific, there may be opportunities to look at different spaces where $1 million is a significant contribution toward it, which means that the ask to town meeting would be that much less.
Okay, so I would bet no one else on the board has the same line item, right?
Right.
Okay,
Correct.
so we'll just leave that. We'll go back to the beginning, but that gives us insight into the rest of your choices, because
Indeed it
there's
does.
not that much money left. Okay, so we have nothing. Now, for the next line.
I was actually, I upped elder services to $1,100,000 for food.
Oh, you did? Okay, so you added 100,000 additional. So that's, okay, and the note would be food truck or something, or
Yes.
food? Okay, I'm noting that down. So then the next line, for the Conservation Department, Maillet, Somes Land, they wanted 100,000, so I put down for myself 33, just give them the rest, because we allocated 77 already, and the select board approved it. So I'll go back now to the other end. So Jeff?
Do you want 23 then?
Yeah.
Do you want 23 instead of 33?
23, yeah, okay. My mental math was wrong. Can you change mine to 23, Jackie? I guess I should have. I meant the rest, but in typing all of this, I typed the wrong thing. So 23, and so Jeff wanted 23. Joe, did you?
I put in 100, but now I'm remembering the 77. That should be 23.
It's okay.
Because that's how we have as a budget.
Right,
So,
just giving
yeah.
them, and I think I read somewhere, Fidel, do I have it right, that they did, the state is putting the allocation in for that grant?
Seth Moulton is.
It's put forward, it's not
It's
approved.
almost approved, okay.
It's applied, it's requested.
Yes.
It's not,
It's not even
not
close to
no
approval
approval.
yet.
No, right, but it's requested.
Part of Moulton's budget, right?
Right.
Yeah,
He's coming on the second, so I'm hoping that's a good.
okay.
Yeah,
Chris,
be
did you have
nice.
anything
No,
there?
I'm the same thing,
23?
yeah.
And Mark?
0.
0, okay. Tom?
0.
0. Sean?
23.
23. Okay, so it's kind of half consensus, and it's really not that much money, so I don't know if but we're.
Everything counts, Mary Ann.
I know,
so-
everything counts when we saw the 25K for the garden, so that's not a fully consensus item. Does anyone else have anything under?
Would it help if we say that we feel pretty confident about a grant award?
So that we don't need the 23? Okay.
Consider that as the second round.
Yeah, I think we can wait, and,
Okay.
this is just kind of placeholders for now, but.
Yeah, so we don't need a question mark, okay. So does anyone else have anything under, I guess what I would call the town category, like I had you know, there was the various human services initiatives that I know Sharon Engstrom and Victor Santiello had talked about, or any other categories. Is there anything else we should put under this?
Joe has some
Yeah,
of those.
Joe?
I mean, I have that as a placeholder. I'm just worried that, like if you look at how that was described, and I wish it was more developed, right? But like, you know, rental assistance, like, you know, domestic violence, like all that stuff isn't going away.
I guess I just don't know who takes custody of the money, but so if you have an amount, though, that's important, that's your input. What did you want to allocate to that?
It's in there. He's got.
Oh, I just can't see because the pop-down menu's there.
No, I had
250?
250 in it, but it was really like a placeholder, so.
Okay. Yeah, and I don't know whether we have town human services that, I mean, like Fidel, before you came, I think we had didn't we have our, federal relief money that we used for rental assistance? I remember like the first year of the pandemic, and somehow the town handled that in connection with the bank.
Bank.
So-
Like, I'm just worried, like in a year from now, we're going to need like something, right? And this would be a way to support
Right,
some
I
of
know, I
those.
think
I know there's plenty of needs, but just.
I think I had a set aside for community needs, like hold back that we get to later. Okay, so the next slide, or next subcategory is the schools. And if we all recall, we approved $2 million for the schools. The schools said they wouldn't ask for more. That doesn't mean anyone here could not have decided to give them more. So we'll start with Sean.
$3 million for school committee salary members? No, I'm just zero.
Zero, okay, yep, and so anyone else have anything?
Zero.
Zero, okay, zero across.
The select board should be able to get into football games for free, but, you know.
There
it is
are
what it is.
communities that pay salaries to their school committees and city
Cities, not
councils.
towns.
Towns too, actually.
Some towns do. I think
Town
like
Orleans.
Burlington has some token amount.
Orleans. Gonna move down to the Cape.
Okay,
Okay.
so now the next category
Not if I have 3 million.
gets into some of the town boards with some of the earliest asks we've seen, and so I'll just start. So I approved the full amount, I believe, for the Historical Commission, the 13.5. It seemed fair. I mean, now we're getting these requests all the time, and I guess another thing I'm gonna raise with the board is, do we wanna set a deadline so that we can make a final request, because things are gonna keep coming in. I was getting emails today, and I know I'm gonna get everyone's requests on here, but, you know, this was a slice in time.
I mean, our end date is December 31st, but we're supposed to report to the select board in October. So in order to report to the select board in October, we probably should
Give
cut
August
things off at the end of
31st.
August or
Yeah.
something, to give ourselves some time in September in case we need to make any last minute adjustments.
Yeah, that'll be a future meeting thing, but I meant to raise that earlier. Okay, well, I'll still start at, I guess I'll just keep going with that end, and then I'll work down to Sean. So what did you guys have for Historical Commission, Sean?
13.5.
13.5. Tom?
0.
Okay.
Other than government service, I couldn't, and it's a board and commission. I couldn't find justification for it actually in the ARPA guidance. I was having a hard time just saying, how does this fit into that? And government services generic, maybe, but if I looked at everything else, it really didn't, from my perspective.
Okay, yeah, I guess I was reading government service. Mark?
13.5.
13.5. Chris?
Back to stealing Mark, 13.
Joe?
Same.
And Jeff?
I'm with Tom on this one. I put 0 in there. I just didn't, I didn't see it in the survey results, and I didn't see it and Tom mentioned it's not in the ARPA guidelines. But, you know, it's a small amount, and I'd love to see us do it, the town do it somehow, but.
Yeah, I noted free cash should pay for this. Or FinCom reserves or something.
Doesn't the town manager have?
Then you have to
It's not
bring it
really
to,
money.
then you have to bring it to town meeting.
Yeah.
I mean, then.
Fidel's got 15 grand and it's open
Oh,
for
okay, that would eat the whole thing up, right?
Yes.
FinCom reserves, I don't know. Such a small bit, what the hell?
Okay, then the next line was the Conservation Commission for Birch Meadow Stewardship. Just don't forget, we already approved and it got upped at the select board meeting. We informally, we didn't vote, but we kind of orally approved, I think, money for the survey to accept the land, and then the select board upped it to 8,000. So what was left, I think I just chose to allocate to them what was left. So out of the 31.5, I chose 22.5.
23.5.
Is my math off again? This is what I
If
get
you're
for-
meaning to get the whole number, your math is off, yes.
Okay.
It's always next time, Mary.
So I did the same at the 23.5.
23.5.
Filled in the full amount that they asked for.
Jeff, then Joe?
I'd bring mine down to 23 if we're including the 8,000. I guess I was looking at column B. I just,
Yeah.
so.
Chris?
Same thing, 23.5.
Mark?
23.5.
Oh, that's zero. Tom?
20,000. I funded the two $10,000 requests of this stewardship for, and I think it's actually Pinevale, not Birch Meadow, and invasive species. But I think we just lost Chuck, so I did not fund, the bike rack. Didn't seem to me, there's no bike lanes getting up there. There's a lot of other issues with the bike rack at Matera, so I funded the two.
You're gonna bike up to their gardens? Okay. And Sean?
Mine should also be 23.5. I also missed the 8,000. So Jackie, if you could update that one.
Okay, so this is another item anyway that there's at least 20,000 in consensus on, which is something. And it seemed like with the survey with recreation and conservation, that was, justifying what the public liked on that. Okay, that's another consensus. So, and we already just voted on the Trails Committee, so I guess it's safe to assume we all approved
Yep.
that 11,620, so we can put that across the board. I'm just gonna draw a line, because that's already a vote. And I guess the same thing with Town Forest Committee, and I know my original spreadsheet to you, because it had words that couldn't get added up to town boards, and I fixed it later, so did anyone want to give more than 100,000 to the Town Forest Committee?
I put in the 200,000 that they asked for.
Yeah,
I did as well.
Okay, Joe and Jeff for 200. What about you, Chris?
Same thing.
200? And Mark?
100.
And Tom?
100.
And Sean?
200.
200. And I don't even remember what I put.
It says 100.
Yep, 100. So I said 100. We're going on paper. So there's a consensus there for at least 100 anyway. And we're hearing so many other things like the Y and the food pantry tonight. At the time I did this, I didn't know those numbers. Does anyone else have anything else for town boards? At one time, I had the garden club under town boards, but Karen Herrick suggested it's really a town department and should be moved. So it was moved. But does anyone have anything else under the town boards category? No? Okay. Do that. And, okay. So now we have collective bargaining. And this was, in my own looking at this was one of the reasons why I wanted Sharon to talk to us about premium pay and essential workers, just so we're clear, because I think in our last meeting, when this came up, this was something that I know we had discussions about. We didn't want to get into who worked when and who worked in person and who worked remote and what was an essential worker. But it turns out we do have to follow what the feds say.
So we don't exactly. That was the point of my clarification earlier. Because we're taking the lost revenue exemption, it would be a good practice for us to sort of, roughly follow those guidelines. But if we're not using the premium pay dimension or whatever, to justify the spending, we aren't strictly subject to all the requirements of that section. That's what I clarified with Sharon at the beginning.
Okay.
Again, I think it's a reasonable set of criteria for us to think about.
It's a really strong guideline to follow. I mean,
It is, but I mean, we already took the whole 7.6 as lost revenue, right? So, again, I think it's the right thing to use it as a rough outline. I'm just saying it doesn't, we don't have to, strict adherence is not necessarily required for us to be in compliance, is I guess my understanding. That's what I'm trying to say.
And I was very concerned with that same point, and
Yeah.
I think Sharon did clarify that the way we categorize things doesn't require the level of justification. However, even if we did use the stricter guidelines, it's very clear also that you just need to make a case. What they're basically saying is you can't just, randomly do things. But I think if we take that in terms of the guideline structure, then it's more an issue of what are we trying to accomplish, and then I think that's the discussion we need to have. But I'm not comfortable saying, only, we have to adhere strictly to the guideline that, in fact, we don't have to strictly adhere to.
Okay, well, where I went with this is I viewed the guideline as something valid and representing, actual harm and impact from working during the pandemic. And I recognize that even, I kind of divided it as in 2 6-month periods to kind of prorate who worked when we were all in lockdown and no one else had to show up and took actual risks and had to go in with COVID patients. And that was our fire, police, and dispatch. But then I recognized also until the vaccines were out, there were teaching and para staff that were coming in, even if they were with kids every other week, and masks and social distancing. I just don't feel like, in my personal opinion, that they took a risk, but the other groups took a bigger risk. So I said, how could I account for both of them? So it was kind of an $800 per employee for everybody who worked between March and August 2020, $400 between September 2020 and March 2021, roughly when the vaccines were out. So that would also include the first group. So the net would be the police, fire, dispatch would be eligible for, unless my math is off, I seem to have an off math night tonight, $1,200 per how many members, and I would think we would need a head count. And the other staff who weren't in person but during the first half but were in the second, 400. And this is flexible. I think I was just kind of recognizing the concept. I felt like prorating a certain group of people for more because I felt like they took a much greater risk. And some people may not want to, allocate anything to this category, may feel different. I'm just telling you where I came from. So I'll start with Jeff, if you had any thoughts that end.
I had kind of picked 10% of the total, so 760,000, but I hadn't figured out how to split it among the 3 different groups there. So, I just put in the total down there. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I would call it the total allocation down. So mine was 420, and you said 10%.
Yeah, so 760.
760.
760,000.
And then the breakdown would just be evenly divided, or?
I hadn't figured out how to do it, so I
Okay.
was hoping to hear some discussions on how we.
Yeah,
how we do
I
that.
figured everyone has thoughts. Joe, did you have a thought for our amount?
I actually didn't allocate anything to it. I mean, I struggled with this category the most. Like, if I was going to allocate anything, it would probably be that first row, the police, fire and dispatch, But part of it was just like the poll directionally. I didn't feel like that people responded strongly as it being a priority, for better or worse. But again, I'm just taking a poll directionally and just looking at other towns. Not that we could always be better than other towns, but so far, from what I've seen, a lot of towns have not made this use of ARPA funds, right? So
It depends. I think the ones that got a lot more ARPA money than us, did that, and then the ones that were on par with us didn't. Some of them, like Wilmington, they put it all in water and sewer and didn't even have this discussion.
Even the number of communities is relatively small out of all the communities in Massachusetts. like 20, like it's a pretty low number. So anyways.
I agree with your bit of the survey, that I didn't see that as a clear priority from the folks who responded.
Yeah, it was mentioned, but it wasn't at the dead
It
bottom.
was in the tier 3, right? I mean, there were, and we all have it, so it's all in our materials, right? But,
Yeah, I have five
you know,
or
expand
seven.
education was number 1, right?
Yeah.
And that we gave 2 million to already. Then you have water and sewer and improve, I think the other, that's recreation, I think is the second one.
Yeah,
As
conservation,
those
town
two,
forest, green space.
recreation, conservation, and water and sewer were number 2. And then you have town buildings, you know, support essential workers, and you can't see what the thing is for, improve, augment recreation facilities and roadway infrastructure. That's right there on the right. So, I mean, I think it's, if you look at them as well, they're pretty strong in that 7 round. They're right in the middle of the 7 round, so I don't know that it's not supported by the survey. The survey pretty strongly supports it versus other things.
Okay, Chris?
I didn't put any figures per se because we haven't hashed out the process to go around it. I would say I would be for at least $1 million into obviously the groups that are outlined there. But that's with the caveat that there's a clear delineation between March to September and September to March, scaling things out like that. And then it would be the remainder of the money that I have left over would kind of go into that pool as well. So if I had 1.6 left over because some other things didn't happen or money got moved around, then it would be the remainder of that as well going into it. It's just, Fidel and I had the pleasure of meeting with the Chief Burns the other day to go over kind of what he's dealt with since COVID, et cetera, that kind of thing. And hearing that people, firefighters, ended up, some of them going home and sleeping in campers for 36 hours because they didn't want to expose their family to COVID, and then end up doing it anyway where they're getting exposed to that, all that stuff, like people sleeping in campers. None of us did that, as far as I know. That's just insane to think that these people were doing that stuff because they went to work every single day. And a majority of them knew that someone had COVID and they still went into the situation and didn't think twice about it. I asked how many people, you know, were like kind of leery or whatever, and he said absolutely nobody. Every single one of them just went, they were asked to do something and they did it. And for me, like, there's a clear delineation between people going into houses and the remote telework option that was presented earlier. So that's where we kind of have to deviate and divvy things up appropriately, but for me, that it's not going to waver beyond that. And it's ludicrous what people had to do back then, and we all take it for granted now, right? That's where I'm at.
And Mark?
380,000 total. So the line, row 40 would be 380,000. I had not given a huge amount of thought to this, but my expectation is that it was kind of similar to what you laid out here. It was kind of looking at, you know, roughly 800 employees. And, you know, if there's some adjustment on timing, that could make sense, but not trying to categorize 6 different things.
No, I
think that's
had
tough.
2 time frame breakdowns, and if you were there, but that's just because I thought of the lockdown time. And
Yeah, I think that it felt like, as we've talked about, we can't deliver the recognition monetarily that we would like to in a lot of ways. That said, I think it makes sense to show something here. I think that the most beneficial approach here is to not go through, again, minutia of different pieces, but kind of a broader recognition. And I didn't back into this number. In other words, I didn't go through everything else and say what's left. I kind of looked at it kind of forward-facing and said, all right, so how would we do that? How do we do it in a way that doesn't further divide and try to think of people in different kind of buckets? And it's kind of a broad thank you for folks and recognizing that people were essential in different ways. Not everyone, had to be, frontline exposed every day. I get it. Others had to do kind of mental gymnastics, if I can call it that were beyond the pale. And trying to delineate between those, I don't know how we would do that other than causing more and more harm. So I think the 380 makes sense and fairly equally distributed. I think maybe, timing may have an impact slightly, but not dramatic.
Tom?
So for police, fire, and dispatch, I did 3,000 per employee, and we were told the number of employees is 103. So for 309,000 for police, fire, and dispatch. And then the rest I have is a TBD, and I am frankly on the opposite spectrum from what Mark is in this regard. I think we need much more information. I think we need to know who was working on location amongst other people for how much percentage of the year, and then figure out how to adjust appropriately. There's a little bit of a back door that I've done here to get to that, to get it to a total number. So I've put it for now in like row 38, which is 420, 114. That brings my total up to 729, 114. I could adjust that as necessary as we go through it, but I really think it's important that we know who was really taking the physical risk. And I know there's mental risk and mental things that people are going through as well, but there's just a different level of risk that people that were in place were happening. I also think we need to do a little bit of focus on those employees that are more low-paid employees as part of the process as well. And again, that's also what the guidance suggests. So I'm focusing more on our paras, our custodians, our cafeteria workers in the education space. Maybe those lower-paid teachers potentially as well. I don't necessarily know how to go that fine of a grain, but definitely I would gear a little bit more towards the para, the custodian, the cafeteria, related lower-paid employees. Again, in alignment with what the guidance generally says. So I don't have a correct formula necessarily, but I do want more information, and I'd like to ask our HR teams to pull that information together. Who was working in person versus remote? How long were they, how many of the weeks were they there? I definitely subscribe to the March to September 20th, and it almost is perfect 6 months because school didn't start until middle of September that year. We started a couple weeks late. So if you go March 12th to middle of September, that's 6 months. There's really only one class of people that were working in person at that point in time. And so that's where I was really firm on the fire police dispatch number. And then the rest is everybody else was working through that 6 months, but they weren't working, many of them weren't working in person every week. Some of them would come in 1 week and be out the next week. The kindergarten teachers were in the entire time. Many of the paras were in the entire time. And I think the custodians were in the entire time. The food service workers were in the entire time. So we need to be conscious of the risks that people were taking as part of this. And I think that, just whitewashing it doesn't give the right justification to the risks people were taking personally. So that's where my head is. And if we can get more information from the HR teams about who was working, when they were working, whether they were in person or not in person, for what percentage of that period of time, that would be what I'd like to figure out if we can come up with what I think is a more fair and just formula than just everybody gets, an award.
Okay, and Sean, I can see you filled in your amount, so 150 police, fire, dispatch, 150 ASME.
Yep.
And is that 600 RTA?
Yeah, I'll talk through the rationale real quick. And I guess that first line should be 154.5 if it's 103, I think was the approximation. So this equates to what I based on the assumptions that I made, is roughly $1,500 per eligible person. I think that the 600 something number for teachers, staff, and paras is probably high. I think it's probably closer to 400. If you apply what I would apply, which is folks that sort of had to work in person regularly during 2020. I know some folks have used March as the cutoff. If I remember correctly, first responders and teachers became eligible for the vaccine in January of 21, which to me, at least from a mental hurdle perspective, is pretty meaningful. So I just sort of drew the line at, if you were on staff and you were required to work in person in 2020, you should be eligible. I'm kind of in the same boat as Mark. I don't see a lot of value in, drawing lines between drawing lines between physical risk and additional work created by the pandemic and mental risks and, all those sorts of things. I struggle to see it as likely that we're ever going to get to sort of a formula we all feel really good about if we try and cut it that narrowly. I'll just note too, if we're talking about lower paid employees, a starting police officer salary is higher than our step 2, teacher salary, for instance, right? So, so we've got sort of a consideration there.
They're working, one of them is working year round and putting their life at risk every time they.
I'm not saying it's merited or not. I'm just saying
Their salary reflects that.
Fine, that's fine. I think it's fine. I won't get into it.
I didn't mean it to be snippy. I just said I feel like the police. When I see like we saw in the news, one of our police officers, pulled over someone in the last couple of weeks with weapons. I mean, that their salary reflects the
Marianne,
danger.
my father's a retired police officer. My brother's a police officer. I'm not. I get it. Trust me. My family's made all those sacrifices my entire life, so I get that. I'm not undermining that by any means. I'm just saying if the argument's going to be about salary levels, I think we need to keep that in mind as well. The other thing that that comes to mind for me is I don't want to undervalue the additional effort required for folks who had to sort of reinvent the way they do their job for some period of time, right? I don't want to undervalue that. And those folks are not eligible for overtime pay, for instance, right? And other roles we're considering here are eligible for overtime pay, in times when they had to work more hours because people were out sick and they had to cover shifts and things like that. So all of these are factors that get me to a place where it starts to become very counterproductive and very sort of toxic, I worry, for us to talk about this is worth more than that and that's worth more than this. And I'd prefer to sort of say, we're never going to be able to compensate any of these people for the efforts that they made, the sacrifice they made during this time. We're not going to be able to do it as well as some other communities who got much larger allocations on a per capita basis. I'd like to just say, the folks that had to work in person during 2020, before the availability of vaccines, all faced a degree of risk, all faced a degree of uncertainty, sort of mental taxation, if you will. I think that's probably somewhere in the order of, 400 people in the educators bucket, 100 and 103, and I'd allocate 1,500 per person for that group. So that's how I got here.
You guys would have better knowledge than I would. I was assuming there were a lot more teacher staff because I probably could have allocated more, but I was assuming there was just like a bigger number. So you're saying it's about 400?
That's a gut. I will say I also did not allocate the entire funding, and one of the reasons I did that is because we may, if there's a surprise in these numbers and I'm wrong, and it is 500 people, for instance, then then there's space for that in what I allocated anyway. But that's sort of a gut that given some of the turnover we've had over the last few years, given that we did have some educators who did work fully remotely through 2020, all those sorts of things. I think not everybody who was on staff at that time would necessarily be eligible under my criteria.
Okay. So, well, I think that there's mostly a consensus for something, and a lot more than I guess I realized I was at the low end, but there's so many, we all have so many compelling needs. So I guess this is something that, as we finalize, I'd be interested to see, what Andrew's thoughts were, too. Maybe he can tell us at the next meeting, but I think everyone brought up a lot of really good points here. So if we move along, I think we just get down now to the private requests and RAC-only requests. So under private and community requests, and this was a number that was even in flux based on things we're hearing tonight. I guess I'll start with the chamber, which was one of the first requests, and I appreciate what they do. I had written comments on here just to remind myself. I said, let me pick one thing. or so that they could do, and I guess I picked a number to say, well, you know, support more memberships. I just feel like I'm not sure that some of the other asks were related to pandemic impacts, like social media and videos and programming, and I just said, well, to increase membership in the community, maybe that would be something. But I guess it just wasn't as compelling to me with pandemic impacts and proportionate response as some of the other things I saw. And that was just my thought. It's not a knock on the chamber. I thought they could get, I'd like to give them something so that they can do something that they don't have to help support our businesses, and maybe memberships would be the best thing. So I'll start with you, Sean, since I went at the other end.
55,000.
Okay, you went for the whole thing. And Tom?
55,000 as well. You know, I think it, again, I'll say it fits squarely in the original guidance of impacted small businesses. The Chamber of Commerce doesn't help the large businesses, they help the small businesses. That's where we need the help, and we've been talking forever in Reading about how do we support our small businesses. So this seems like a pretty easy one for me.
Okay, Mark?
10,000. And the reasoning is that I think we need to be careful. We want to, I think, support businesses, as we've all talked about, obviously. The chamber doesn't represent all of the businesses, so I would want to make sure that we have a way to kind of work with all the businesses in terms of support. And I think that the newly formed bid might actually represent an opportunity there, and or other ways. So I thought that it would be good to support the chamber in this way, but I don't think this is the main support for small business that we're going to offer. So that's why it's 10.
Yeah, and also I had a note to myself too that I think that there have been federal grants and loans and other things for small businesses to directly help them, so I tried to take that into account. Chris?
Thanks, Marianne. Yeah, for me, I'd have to find out if North Reading would be willing to do any of this. I realize that they cut the ask in half, but that still doesn't preclude North Reading getting a benefit from any one of these things that just gets done on the list that they have. So if I found out that North Reading was going to contribute 55,000, then I would be on board with the matching 55,000. For me, that's what it comes down to. I would just have to find out what they had and then what they would end up doing with the funding that's on here.
So did you put any down?
I put 0 without a North Reading match. So if North Reading gave them 20,000, I'd go with 20,000 as well. Vice versa.
So you're saying like website improvements and video and some of these things would inherently benefit North Reading if the chamber did that?
Shop the Reading's website, like, I believe that anybody could have, that was for North Reading as well. You know what I mean? So if, I don't want to nitpick and be like, yeah, that 20,000 is this and this and this. It just comes down to if North Reading was going to give them 30, I'd be confident giving them a 30 match. If they gave them the 55, I'd do the whole thing too. And if not, the remainder goes back into my bucket of emergency personnel kind of thing.
Joe?
Yeah, I did the 55. I like that point about the North Reading. I didn't really think that through, but that to track that is a good idea. So.
And Jeff?
I had 0 here, actually 0 for everything in this section, partly because I hadn't seen the presentation from 2 of them today, but also I didn't see these things lining up with the survey, and I just ran out of money after calculating everything. So.
Yep. Okay, well then, I was going to start at your end, but if you have 0 for everything else, we'll just skip. So Joe, did you? Oh, Sean, I'm sorry.
I just want to flag, I understand that train of thought, Chris. I just want to flag, though, we probably shouldn't look at it as dollar for dollar. North Reading got an allocation, of 4.7 million. So on a share, it's a smaller town, right? So on a share basis.
More businesses probably, I don't know, or do they?
I'm not sure.
Maybe not more
I don't
small
know.
ones.
But
big
I
ones.
mean, again,
Might be proportional share, let's just say that.
Yeah.
That's all.
I'll revise my language, proportional share. Yes.
So, Joe,
We're used
did
to
you
that
have
language, right?
anything, we'll move down to the Rotary, did you have
Yeah,
anything for?
I just funded it for 1 year, not all 3 years.
Yeah, that's what I did too.
The 25.
And Chris?
This one I put Fidel on it, so I still want to talk things over with Fidel with potentially eliminating this from being charged at all.
Oh, did you want to speak, Fidel, to that, or?
Sure, yeah, I mean, yeah,
Please.
we quickly talked about the fact that when this was, when the fair was started, it included a lot of support from the town, right? And it kind of, police details in particular were handed over. And I think we could entertain potentially covering the expenses of those details with town budget, because there is a potential benefit to everyone in town from the event.
So that is why I put Fidel, because I would like to see their costs that they're asking for eliminated, so they don't have to worry about it year after year anyway, so.
Okay, and I went the same as Joe, just 1 year, because there was 1 year that there was no town fair, if they were probably not getting booth rentals for that year. But I think that people, they're gonna be going back to normal, and now combined with what you're saying to not charge them, maybe just making up for 1 year's loss in booth rentals. So Mark, did you have it?
I'm with Joe and Mary Ann, 25K
Okay,
for 1 year, basically.
yeah. Tom?
Nothing. I like Chris's idea, but it wasn't my idea, so I'll just piggyback on Chris's idea. I just didn't think it was something that fit into the ARPA guidance initially as well, so I didn't see how it would fit there personally.
Yeah, I guess it's a nonprofit that does work in the community, so that's how I looked at it. Sean?
I originally put 75, but I'm swayed by the argument. I think I would revise mine to 25,000, the thinking being that the ship has sailed on it being in the budget for the next year. So we could fund, it'll be presumably be billed in the next year, and we could fund it in future years out of the town budget.
Okay. And, so staying at your end, since I'm zigzagging.
I think Jackie just has to put my note of.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
Fidel or Fidel/town.
Put Fidel/town should be covering the
Fidel's
cost
credit card.
regardless. Yeah. But if not, then I'm fine with the 25,000 as well. But I would like to see it being eliminated, that I would think that's the number one drawer in all of Reading, and for them to say, oh, well, we're not just gonna do it anymore because it's not worth our time, we'd be like, well, that sucks. Like, who would be happy with that? So I don't want to have anybody worrying in the future. I just want it over and done with now. So
It's the one fair that really brings everyone together.
that's the only thing that I mainly went to, and I still have video of me jumping on the stupid Ninja Warrior thing from like 5 years ago, so.
How about the dunk tank?
Yes.
Well,
That was last year.
Yeah.
And next year.
And yes,
Advertisement,
Well,
right?
in 2
Soon.
months. 2 months.
working out the kinks.
Okay, so now we know, well, I'll go back to Sean, so Garden Club,
12,000.
12, yeah, I think I said 12,000 for that too, and I'm trying to even, it's getting late, trying to remember what they even wanted, because it's not, I'm confusing it with the.
They had 3 years of lost revenue because they weren't able to do the plant
Right,
sales
the
and the
plant
activities.
sales,
but
yes,
they've-
I was, in my head, I was
They've
mixing it up
continued
with
doing a lot of the
Jira.
services for the town that they provide, beautification, that sort of thing, so.
Yeah, and I think I put 12,000 too. What did you have, Tom?
0.
0? And Mark?
0.
0?
I think that the great news, I mean, a lot of what they do, they're giving the funds back to the town. I'm not sure that we need to transfer through an extra set of hands again. For the past, for the future, great.
Chris?
Back to business as usual, 12,000.
And Joe?
Yeah, I just tweaked it down. I wasn't convinced they you need the whole amount, like 8,000, so.
Okay. So nobody here is really feeling super strongly. I think it seemed like a small ask, but, okay, so there's not really consensus here. Okay, so the food pantry, at the time, that number, you need to add a 1 in front of that. At the time I prepared this, that is not an error on
Add
my
a
part. At
1.
the time I prepared the spreadsheet, that was all they asked for. Then we got a new request in Monday. So that is a change in circumstances. It doesn't change my number, which is still, I think I even upped it to 35 or something. Was that what I did? Yeah.
34.
So I wanted to give them more money for cards, but I'm not sold on the renovation, but I'm sold on feeding hungry families. So I said, give them another 3 months, not just so 6 months, because this inflate, but who knows if they're gonna need more families or more time. So that was just my thought. I think it's valid, but I'm not sold on the renovation yet, and maybe something else will come up.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Yeah.
Are you supporting the contractor? The 15,000 for the contractor? Because if not, I can adjust your math for you.
I guess I'm not supporting the contractor either.
With your numbers right now, you're supporting the contractor.
Okay, yeah, so take away the contractor. I think,
So you get closer to 20,000, you take away the contractor.
yeah, I mean, I thought that they'd be planning for space and at the time I allocated, it was before I knew about the 100, and I thought they would be just planning something more within the space they had, but yeah, I know, I'm comfortable with that. Okay, so I'll go down, well, Jeff has none, so Joe,
I was going with like the 24, like, but even after tonight, like, I'm not convinced yet about that other 100K, so you use the money that way, so.
so 24, 600. Chris?
Yeah, after today, it's the same thing. The contractor and the build-out kind of scenario, so it's 10,000, I believe, is the remainder of that, with a little extra.
Okay. And Mark?
So I put in 100 grand, and after listening to things tonight, I would kind of prefer to break that into 2 pieces. Where one piece is dealing with the immediate needs for refrigeration, for cards and things like that. And I don't think, I thought I was gonna be more ready for the 100, which is why I put it in. But I thought that the full ask was gonna be too much without seeing more detail. So I would suggest reserving 100K, but spending on the pieces that are clear, which is refrigeration and cards, and then taking a look at the opportunity for, I think, new space / more space / redefined space.
So we'd have to go back to the specific itemizing on the cards. They weren't 6,000 for the fridge.
3,600 for the cards for 3 months.
Yeah, and I think they under budgeted.
Yes, they did, so.
Yeah. So I would be kind of fine saying, how about if we say it's immediate needs 20K and reserving an additional 80K pending demonstration of need and opportunity.
Okay.
That's why it's the same for me. If they said we needed 100 grand, we already put 500 grand into this rebuild, et cetera. I mean, it would make sense, but just seeing nothing, it's, you know.
It feels early.
Yeah.
And
So-
Sean?
Moved on me.
Oh, I'm sorry, Tom. Yeah, I misspoke, sorry.
Jackie, can I make a request based on Mark's thing there, just so we can get the averages to be a little closer? Would you mind putting 20,000 on row 53 and 80,000 on row 57 for Mark's request?
I'm okay with that.
Oh, I see. So 80,000
Wrong.
other.
Move it over to Mark instead of Chris, but that's where I put the 80,000 on row 57. Row 53, column D, make that 20,000. Yeah, that one. And then, yeah,
And what's your request?
so mine is 20,400, and the justification is a full year of the 3,600. So 36 times 4 plus the refrigerator. So that gets you 36 times 4 is 1440 plus the refrigerator of 6,000 gets you 20,400. And whether they use that 14.4 for a full year, or they decide to increase the amount they want to give for 6 months or 3 months, it's up to them, but there's definitely a need there with the inflation right now, and I think it's going to be there for a little while, so.
I will modify mine to Tom's,
To 20.
20,400.
And can I ask just that on, kind of following Tom's suggestion on kind of A57 where it says other described, let's just call it food pantry potential capital. So A57. So the column, the row header, sorry?
Just change the name from other described to what Mark wanted.
Yes, exactly,
Yeah.
that's the one. Great, thank you.
Okay, and now Sean.
So I'm sort of in the same vein as Tom. My number, I'd like to revise that to 35,400, and I'll explain that in a minute. And then put 100 in row 57, same logic as Mark. Sorry, Jackie, just one row up, where Mark's 80,000 is. Yeah, thank you. The 35,400 for me, it's the same logic. A year was also the number that I sort of landed on in terms of extending the card subsidies or the card support. I am comfortable with the consultant for two reasons. One, it helps them sort of maximize their current space, which we know they'll be in for some time, regardless of how the longer term project works out. Two is a lot of what we're all flagging tonight is that the direction this is going to go seems unclear. Hiring that consultant helps them advance that cause and get to a better answer and start that fundraising drive and all those other things they'll need to do. So I don't really see an issue with helping kickstart that so that they can begin making progress against that future state. So mine's 2,400 plus the 15 for the consultant I'm comfortable with.
Okay, so I think all of us are kind of consistent that we've
you
bought
can-
into the fridge in a year of gift cards at least.
Yeah, you can up mine to the 20,400. I had a little bit of room left in my.
Yeah, and I said all of us, and I was thinking you were gonna do that.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
guess, just like.
I left a little
Come
bit
on, they're
for
hungry.
putting
Yeah,
something in.
That's smart. I didn't spend up to the limit either.
That's actually kind of cool.
And that, I think we all agree that's a pandemic purpose. Okay, so the next line on the Y, I had given them, say, half before hearing their presentation. But now, after hearing about that and hearing about the garden club grant, I'd like to shift my garden club money to the Y. So I guess I'd call it 65, and it's less than the full amount, only because I think I didn't want to go over, and I might have allocated in other spots, but just hearing more about how that was going to be served, I understand it better. I put this down before the presentation. So I'm going to zero out my community garden, getting a little ahead of myself. Okay, so I'll keep going in order. Right, Sean, it's just easier to start.
96,100.
So we give the full amount, okay. Tom,
96,100.
Mark?
I have 50,000. I think these are great ideas. I think that we need to think through the Reading resident piece. No cost to Reading residents, perhaps a more modest cost to other communities. I think training needs to get in there so it's not all third party. And I think they need to apply for some grants. And I think we need to kickstart this. And I think 50,000 does a great job kickstarting it. And then
Maybe tying it into Reading Rec so that it has a life after this, right?
Yeah.
The YMCA is a long-standing organization. It's done a lot for this town. I don't know that Reading Rec is necessary for that, but.
I guess maybe, I just didn't know if Reading is Rec on the budget? I was just trying to think if it gets into.
It's
more
mostly
budget.
self-sustaining. Rec is self-sustaining?
Yeah.
So it's
But it's
generating
subcontracts, right? So you're adding an administrative level on top of what the Y would be doing essentially, right?
Yeah.
So unless they're gonna have another subcontractor do it at another location, which would not be in Reading because there's no other pool, right?
Yeah.
Then it doesn't really.
Yeah, I really think that the training piece is gonna be important.
Which is why the angelfish agreement is so important.
Yeah,
That is
that sounds
huge. That people who don't know angelfish don't understand how huge that is. That's a huge, huge relationship right there.
Chris?
Yeah, I was 0 initially before, and now it's 96, 100. And to echo Mark's point, it definitely must favor Reading residents. Whatever formula they come up with, I don't want to find out 2 years from now that someone from Reading is being charged for it. You know what I mean? For whatever reason, the funding was used differently or whatever scenario, that's my fear, and hopefully, you know, I think we were pretty adamant about that. So I would just like to make sure that that stays the course like that, you know, Reading residents, you know, get priority, less, 0 fees, whatever, someone else pays $10, whatever formula they come up with, but.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Real quick. Sorry, Chris. Sharon, are you still out there? I see you out there. Is that something that can be written into the grant? The sub-grant or sub-allocation to the YMCA, that funding models certainly favor Reading residents or anything else like that? Is that something that could be written into it?
Can't hear you, Sharon.
Sorry, a second.
No, we're waking her up, it's late.
Sorry, Sharon. Sort of, yeah.
It could be at CPDC instead.
Here, can you hear me now?
Yes,
Very
yes.
perfectly, yep.
You know what it is? I had to move to the desk to plug in the computer because it died, and I had the laptop shut because I had a couple monitors, so that's why you can hear me. So you can put anything you want as parameters in a grant agreement with the Y, you know, to make us feel comfortable that Reading residents get the benefit. But I see their point, though. They don't want to, you know, withhold from anybody.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I can kind of argue it both ways, because this is something that I can, you know, I can see being very valuable to so many. So, so it's really up to you guys in terms of what you'd like to ask of them when you award this money and the parameters that you'd like to set to feel good about it. We can do that.
Yeah, I just want, if they run it for 3 years like they said, I want any Reading resident to pay $0 for those 3 years, because that's what it equated to here. I don't want to find out a year and a half later that, you know, because a surge of people or something like that, that's my only thing, is I just want to make sure that Reading is taken care of.
Okay, and I think, Joe, you're in line with the full amount
Yeah, I
too?
hear the 96. The only thing that tonight's discussion highlighted though was like that 20K for like mental health. I don't know, I really think we might be missing something, like by not allocating more to that. And 20K is nice that maybe they can incubate something, but I just don't know like how much is really gonna like come out of that, and you know, do we kind of have a hole in how we're doing the overall allocation? You know, more a political comment, you know, not a.
Yeah, I mean, I think it wasn't gonna be, it was gonna be mental health through programs like art therapy and kind of informal
It's very
things.
specific, but like, yeah, but across the town, like, I mean, that's one of the
I
biggest.
mean, I know the
like,
schools are allocating a lot more in their budget, right? And
Schools
they're
have allocated
more
a ton, and that's also where the coalition comes in. That's part of the reason why I asked the question about the partnership with the coalition, to see how they could cross-reference things.
There's a brand-new individual that was hired specifically on the mental health side, so a counselor who has hours is available to the community specifically. In addition to outside resources, that's now a town resource fully.
Yeah, I'm just
Yeah.
trying to
Can
think
they
of
do the whole
that.
thing? Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, but how do you connect like that missing gap of like the demographics, right? So maybe the students are somewhat covered, and I don't know, so.
Yeah, no, they did say like after age 22, there's no programs for disabled adults in town.
Yeah,
So
I
that's-
mean, supposedly like those Good Samaritan hotlines, like only 1 out of 5 calls get answered now, you know? There's crazy stats like that, so.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I would just hope that when they put together the information, I mean, it was a well-presented presentation, so I'd like to think that they if they allocated 20, they know that it's gonna be used, and maybe it's, you know, they're getting a discount based off somebody else doing it or something happening, so they made it one of the focal points, so I'd like to know that hopefully it's being utilized, you know what I mean?
Okay, did anyone have any additional lines in this category beyond what we've added? Because then we have a,
You didn't finish.
You didn't finish.
oh, I'm sorry.
Or confirm that Jeff hasn't adjusted his number here.
Yeah.
I'd like to adjust my number, I don't have the spreadsheet on a computer that I can't type it in, so I don't know that I have it, but, I mean, I guess we're not.
This isn't final, so if your
It's
total
fine.
goes
So,
over.
yeah, so put 96,100 in there, fine.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Okay.
You know, having heard the presentation.
Yeah, so I think we all, I mean, my number's lower, but I'm willing to go higher. I just don't know what I'm just gonna leave it because I allocated things another way. So I think there's definitely support for a good amount for them. That's another consistent thing the select board can count on.
I'll take mine to 75, and I'll take my money off of community garden for the phase 2, armed with the hope that our legislators will bring it home.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was a valid request, but that was what I was relying on community garden. So while we're at that end, does anyone, Joe, did you support the community garden, or?
Yeah, I mean, that's great if we get the grant. I guess I wasn't making any assumptions about all the sources of funds. So, like, for now, like, I was still sticking with the 25K.
Yep.
Yeah, I just think it's, I know, like, I like the point with Tommy, like, about it only impacts a certain number of, like, individuals, but I think it's definitely like a feel-good thing.
And
Like, you know what I mean? I think it does a lot for the community, gets more people, you know, outside, passive recreation, if you want to think of that, or, I don't know. I think it's good for the community. And most of the surrounding communities, like, have had them for years, you know, so.
Yeah, I know. The next thing people are asking for is a farmer's market. Maybe they can take the stuff from our garden and sell it at the farmer's
There
market.
you go.
Chris, did
How's
you
that
have?
integration?
There's no parking.
Yeah.
I'm the 25, I'm also down to the 0 if it's funded through the other direction. Hopefully that's the way it goes. So 25, it's the gray area, same thing as Mark.
So it's a contingent kind of thing, or?
Yeah. And if not, then it goes into emergency responders, et cetera, the 25.
And Mark, what did you have for this amount? You moved it
0.
to 0.
Yes.
And Tom?
0.
0. And Sean?
I'm going to revise mine to 12,500.
So what will that give them?
I mean, they
Or you're
can
just-
they can figure that out, but I mean, I think increasing accessibility is, you know, is valuable. When I just think about 25,000 to add 25 plots, 1,000 per plot is a lot for us to subsidize for something that costs the individual $50 a year. So, you know, what I would suggest maybe would be make the accessibility improvements and so forth, and then add something less than 25 new plots and see how much demand materializes, and then go from there. You know, 12.5 is literally just cutting it in half. There's no science to that per se.
Okay.
I guess the other thing that they can do is just say that, you know, if the waiting list was open, how many would want to do it? They get 85 people apply, and then you know that, you know, the demand is there. And if you don't, you don't. So, I don't know.
Yeah, and it would get into the weeds, literally. Like, I don't know what other community gardens cost in other communities if we're charging too little for a year-round plot. Okay, so now, are we done with this category of private requests? Nobody, because I don't think we've gotten
So
it.
you have 50K on line 56 there.
50K?
Yeah, what's that 50K?
Oh, I don't know.
Joe, was that purposeful?
No, not that I look at it.
No, is it just a typo?
Yeah,
Okay, can you delete the line 56 under Joe?
so I get 50 more K now.
Give it to Fidel.
Okay.
Fidel's like water.
We're running late, but we're getting there. So the last section is RAC member suggestions, and we already know, Mark spoke earlier, adding $1 million for seniors. Under other, I think For me, I had down, just in other, we're probably gonna add a lot of other lines unless someone has the same idea. I threw in 300K for future community needs, just, basically that's just my set aside for future ARPA needs. So that factored into my total. I felt like other things may come in or something may change, but I'm kind of flexible on it. So Sean, did you have anything to add in the draft number suggestions or holdbacks?
No, I'll just say, so I land with about 175,000 left over, and beyond covering anything where my assumptions are off in essential worker premium pay, I would probably allocate it to something like affordable housing in here.
Which is actually 64,
Yeah, it's already aligned, sorry.
row 64.
So, okay.
Jackie, yeah.
Yeah, scroll up just a little bit, Jackie, please.
Affordable housing revamp, so whatever that is, so you put 175,000.
It's, 63 now.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of these are really very certainly worthy causes. I just,
Sorry, it's 175,000, sorry, it's row 63. Sorry, yep, you got it.
yeah.
That's contingent, though.
And that's, for me, that's contingent, assuming that my assumptions hold on the premium pay piece.
And that was something too that I think I had asked, like if it's the Affordable Housing Trust, are we gonna have a plan to spend that by the end of fiscal year 26 on something, whether it's
Yeah, fair
rent
question.
subsidies or some defined thing, if we don't have a project in the pipeline?
Fair question.
So just to answer that briefly, the short answer is, we'll have one, but if we don't, then that money could roll back and get reused for something
No, I
else.
mean, I was there last night, but to get it done in 2 years is pretty fast.
Just committed, not
Committed,
Encumbered, yeah.
Even committed in 2 years.
Encumbered.
Encumbered.
Believe it when I see it.
Yeah.
It's been
Don't-
85
Careful with
years. So
challenges. Careful with challenges.
Tom, did you have anything under
I
this?
had nothing in this category.
Anyone, Chris, Joe, did you have any extras in this category, or your dog park?
No, I use Fidel also on my dog park thing. We can, if we do decide on a place, there are grants that would cover the funding for said dog park. So we could get $250 if we had, say, Oakland Road or somewhere else for
The water tower, or
wherever,
some,
yeah.
Build the water tower.
some corner of Simon's Way or something?
So, yeah, I
That
would be
neighborhood's gonna
allocating the
love
money,
you.
except that we can get it, a grant for it, we just need the land. So it's kind of a quasi, just put 0, I guess, scenario.
So can we just fix, Jackie, 63D should be 500,000. I allocated 500K of my total to that.
Food pantry support, oh no, affordable housing.
revamp.
Okay.
And then just put the little red arrow grant thingy on 69.
Oh, the note, the grant note.
Yeah.
Jeff, did you have anything in this extra category? You had like a million chunks somewhere where we didn't, was that the essential workers? You had something else. You had some 1 million earlier, not in this, I'm just thinking, because that's why you had zeros for all this, because you had some big amount, and I don't remember where it is now. So, did I create something on this where we can see
I think it was the water and sewer.
water and sewer, maybe, yeah?
Where I have a big chunk that some people have zeros. Marianne, I think if you scroll up to row 57, under
Okay.
Marianne, so there's 300,000 there. Is that the 300,000? And then Jackie put another 300,000 down in this bottom.
Oh, that was mine was just like hold back or other community, that would be other community needs.
So Jackie entered another 300,000 for you further down.
Oh, okay. No, I only meant it in one place, so yeah.
Okay.
I don't know that my needs are private, it's just other, I'd rather leave it in this second category and take it away in the first one, because it's not necessarily private needs, it just needs to be in one place, but just,
Okay.
cause say there's some board or or town or school, even a school need, even though they said nothing this year, but something could happen next year.
Yeah, that 50K, it's not in the master spreadsheet, but now I figured out what I did. I had like under, like private, like a 50K kind of like placeholder for requests less than 10,000. So
Okay,
the
so you can
funding
add
is in-
another other line, or?
Same as Mary Ann's 300, but.
Yeah, but I was restricting it to private, just thinking that there's more flexibility.
Oh, yeah,
on the
'cause
town
people are
schools trying to
still-
move money around.
Yeah,
so.
people are still sending us informal requests, and then we'll get one before the next meeting, I know it. Each meeting, I think.
But like cap it at 10K or something. It was just an idea, so, but.
Okay. So now I'm trying to remember, do I have this, we can be done with this, but I'm just curious if we scroll down to all the way to the end. This is like The Price is Right. Did anyone go over the amounts?
Something's wrong with formulas.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, no, I know, I thought we tried to fix it, but I didn't know if everyone had column. Well, that seems okay.
It's
Still not perfect? Well, the not to exceed amount was I can't even read it.
Andrew can't buy the car. He didn't have a
He's
dollar left.
So nobody has gone over. Sean came the closest.
Oh, I went over very slightly.
Oh, you did? Oh, you did, yeah, okay.
I was, that's why I think the formula's wrong. I was exactly right, because I used the leftovers in the premium pay, so.
Okay, so what
Something's
do
not
you
quite
think?
right.
You
I
think the
cheated,
formula
yeah.
for the actual ARPA is wrong, or the columns? Because I took
Maybe the actual ARPA.
I
was
took
wrong.
7.6 million, and well, wait a minute, though.
Here's what it
Didn't
is.
I revise the 7.6 million to the exact amount, which was like the 7,592,234?
Well, that's only $7,700 difference.
So, but then that leaves, so Jackie, at the time I created this spreadsheet, I didn't have the, exact 7.6, but if you take the formula for K, it should be,
Can I make a suggestion?
What?
Instead of trying to run Excel at night at 11
All
o'clock
right.
and figuring out formulas.
Yeah.
Well, anyway.
We can lock down, we can figure out what it is, we can take it home and.
yeah, all right, I'll correct it offline. So,
That's right, yeah, that's good.
it's a difference of $234, so I'd say the closest without coming over was still Sean.
Yeah, I don't think the formula's right, but anyway, we'll figure that out.
Okay.
Sean's over now by 5,000. Just so you know,
All right.
I've been keeping running totals.
Where am I?
Only Andrew had a
373.
dollar.
My computer's dead, and I was just doing it by hand. So this was an
Some of your
exercise, and I hope we
adjustments.
don't have to do it again, but I think we've
37112.
got some common ground in a few categories.
Maybe I don't have all
And
your adjustments
I
right.
have me over by $300.
we know what we'll have to do, getting closer to our final
Rounding
recommendations.
error. $7 million.
So, going to paper. Next on the agenda would be future agenda items. Maybe we'll refine this a little bit, see if Andrew has something. Are we shooting as a goal to try to have a final recommendation by the end? I think we said we'd take no more inputs after the end of August.
Well, that was just a brief discussion. We haven't
Yeah.
actually had a firm discussion
Yeah,
on
I might
that.
even suggest that's later than we need it to be. We had talked about kind of wanting to move faster. I think we've heard from lots of folks. I think if we put out a call for kind of the final presentations, give people a few weeks, it's not unreasonable.
Our next meeting is August 3rd, so you could say that's the
August
final
3rd is the
I think that would
deadline,
work.
yeah, because then we're gonna get into however we're fitting in. I don't have my computer's dead, so I don't have the calendar.
What do you need?
But I don't know, beyond August 3rd, are we gonna have any more meetings in August, or just kind of try to wrap it up and have a recommendation for the select board? Like, I don't know that we'll be finalized after the next meeting, but maybe the meeting after that?
I
Unless
don't see
anything-
us being finalized the next meeting. We're still
Not with the
way far
disparity.
apart on pandemic pay response kind of scenario.
Well, I
That's
think we
gonna
need
take
some
a-
more exact numbers from the number of employees that we're dealing with, too.
It's going to be difficult if we can't give them clear guidelines on what cuts we're looking for. And since there's a chicken and the egg problem there. Since we all have different opinions of where do you snap the line and which employees qualify and don't and that kind of thing.
Well, I mean, okay, so let's play that out, Sean, then. I mean, I think a lot of the committee said March to March. You made a small adjustment of March to December, basically, right? So, but without a vote, the committee's more March to March, generally. So at least, at the worst is if they go that far, we can cut it back if they give us that much information, right? We could be overcounting slightly.
Yeah.
But at least we get what most of the committee has said they want at that point.
And it's probably directionally correct for my purposes as
Right.
well.
So I think maybe that's getting into those weeds. Maybe that can be an agenda item for the next meeting because it's late. Let's now take a look. We've gone through this. We'll have Jackie's filled in spreadsheet. Maybe we'll get numbers from Andrew, but we can kind of revisit, okay, the sticking point items on this so that I'll leave that as a topic. Just revisit spreadsheet. Any more requests? I don't know if we'll get any, late breaking news on different grants or anything that would change things.
I would suggest that some of these topics probably need to be their own topic for us to come to a conclusion on them as a committee. Essential pay, once we get some updates, would be in that phase. Water and sewer, where there's a big disparity
All right,
amongst people.
so I'm just saying, subtopics of dispute, we can give like 10 minutes a topic.
It's gonna take more than that with this committee, right? So
Yeah.
be realistic that at least
A
a half an hour, at least.
A half hour, Mary.
And some of them might be longer, because there's some pretty wide disparity there.
But I think it's probably 3 or 4 major topics. I don't think it's like, all 21 categories.
I would agree, and I think I guess what I was trying to say is we should probably figure out how we want to say, the 3.707234 that's left. What is our process to really bring that down? Right? What are we gonna, we can't go through every line item and say, do we agree on 26,000 or whatever? But somehow we've got to say, what are the big ones that are gonna make a dent in it, and then what's left over? Or what are the small ones that we want to say we definitely want to fund, and then the big ones have to be adjusted. We just have to figure out how we're going to do that.
Yeah,
I think
so
that's the
defining
agenda
a process.
Is that process.
Yeah.
Well, the majority of, you highlighted some of them. This.
Well, there's some, but
carve out.
there was at least a bare minimum amount, so we could start with that.
Yeah,
I
I think.
That water thing, where some of us are at 1.3 million and some of us are at 0, that makes a huge difference in how we, what are the other things we can fit in.
Yeah.
Yep.
So you kind of have to get that sorted out.
Well, I think the biggest chunks were water and recreation and maybe.
And premium pay.
And premium pay.
Well, premium pay for
There's a
some.
$1 million discrepancy from the top end to the bottom end of that range too,
Yeah.
right? So maybe one way to think about it is, there are some items where there's consensus, regardless of whether you did $1 million in premium pay or 0, or $1 million in water and sewer or 0. So maybe we just start with, let's just try and move through those and check them off the list. I also think we just need to sort of be realistic and accept that, we may get to a point where we're, having 5-3 votes, on certain things.
And also,
that's just where
the
we
next
land
board that sees this after us could shift.
Of course, yeah.
We're giving them recommendations
Yeah.
and some carefully thought out stuff, but they may have some other views. Okay, so after August 3rd, I know I heard you guys with recalc has August 10th. School starts August 31st. So I don't know the schedule of when the next FinCom meeting is, so I'm thinking, do we want to temporarily or tentatively say like August 24th?
I'm not here.
You're not here?
I'm also out of town.
I will have just gotten back, so I'll be dead.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to say FinCom picked either the 17th or the 24th.
All right, well, August 31st is the first day of school, but I don't think that that's a school committee meeting
No, it's
necessarily.
not.
Well, we can just say August
Got stuff on
31st.
that's your job.
And I remember last year at
It's
that
your draft
time, there
agenda-
was
your
a
draft calendar.
financial forum, but I don't think we're having one on FinCom that early this year, because it was the early town meeting we needed. So,
I may have to join remotely, but, actually, yeah, I
August
may
31st.
be remote. Yeah,
Okay.
right now I'm not here.
well, I'm gonna
But-
check the calendar anyway. Okay, so we're gonna set our record. We did go later than this once, but let's see if we can not hit that. So, review and approve minutes from the last meeting. I have to go to my paper copy to see see if there was anything from the last meeting. Was a long and involved meeting. Jackie, you did an awesome job on these minutes. I mean, these are like some of the longest minutes I've seen that aren't like town meeting minutes.
It's more than a page.
It's, yes, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 4.5 pages. There were a lot of votes. I mean,
I was trying to be brief.
I know, but think about all the, look at that, we gotta look back, we had all these presentations. That was like nature night, plus other stuff. So does anyone have any comments on the minutes? Because I read through and thought they matched my recollection.
None here.
I'll entertain a motion.
Move to approve the minutes for June 15th.
Second.
Okay, let's, I think, was everyone here? Was on it? Let's take a vote. All in favor? All opposed? 7-0. Okay, gavel is in hand. I will take
Can I make a request first? Would it be possible to get a copy of either the current saved version that Jackie just did of kind of where everybody came out, either now, or if one of us would like to play with formulas first before publishing, but then ask Jackie to publish it to everybody ASAP.
Well,
I can check all the formulas and redistribute tomorrow, if that's okay.
That would be great.
yeah.
Thank you.
And then we can all see it and we'll revisit it. Okay,
With that, motion to adjourn.
Second.
okay, we are adjourned.
No, you didn't do that.
Oh, man. Okay, we are not adjourned. We're adjourned. It's late.
She's happy, gavel happy over here.
I just want to go home. Okay, who's in favor of adjourning? Look, they're packing up. Okay, 7-0. No.